Yo. Oh, fuck, man. Okayasu Nijimura with the two guys. I just got called the strangest slur. What, they got new ones? They can't just make up new ones. There's a preset 10 go-tos that I got tattooed on my arm. All the other ones are just nonsense. I guess your subscription didn't renew. Oh yeah, that's weird. New slur just dropped? It's called a breeder. Got called a breeder by a gay dude. What's a breeder? Like having kids? Oh wait, or you have that dog, right? Did he think you were breeding the dog or something? Breeder. Joel would rather be gaming. Always, bro. I'd rather be gambling at a truck stop. 24-hour glory hole. What terrible news about Charlie Kirk. Rest in peace, prayers for his wife, kiss. Yeah, man. Dude, yeah. I was thinking, like, how I was going to respond to this. Like, I mean, it's not like it's... I mean, my response doesn't fucking matter. I mean, somebody's dead for presumably politically motivated reasons. But it's like somebody... I don't know. I saw it, like, pop up on the thing. It was said, like, on the news when I was at the gym, it said, like, shot at, right? And, like, I don't know why. It made me feel like I was just like, oh, shot at, I guess, you know. And it was honestly weird how desensitized I was when I saw that. But then, like, you know, I was working out with somebody and they're like, oh, bro, I think it's bad. I think he got hit. And then I got to my car and my phone was in my car. And then I saw the video. I don't know if you guys saw the video, but don't watch it if you're fucking squeamish. But he's just sitting there, you know, doing his like typical milquetoast conservative sort of like up on the stage conversational shtick. I mean, I don't really I never watched Charlie Kirk stuff just because I never found him interesting or anything like that, you know. And all of a sudden, his fucking like neck just bursts open, and like just a fucking flow of blood starts pouring out. People scream and the video cuts, and I'm just like what the actual fuck, man? Like, what the fuck? Do we know like who it was? Do we know the motivation? Because, I mean, if the official narrative comes out that it was like some sort of opposing political person, which I presume it was, given the context, you know, it's just like, what the fuck, man? Like, is that what we've gotten to? Where like we're so far beyond the point of having like civilized conversation with each other about our like opinions on politics that we now just like are gonna devolve into fucking Mexico and shoot mayors when they get out of their limousines and shit, and, you know, shoot judges, you know what I mean? It's just like, I mean, obviously like the United States is kind of like a kangaroo court bullshit already in like a lot of ways, but the fact that it's like just realizing how disgusting it is that it can like descend into like this level of violence of like non-civilized nature just so fucking fast. Like the bro, like Charlie had kids, he had a family, he was younger than me, he was 30 fucking 1, bro. 30 fucking 1. Can you imagine what if I got fucking my neck blown out at fucking 31? Political assassination was said at the police press conference. No, we can't have civility because the government wants us to hate each other. We are pawns in the world's biggest game of chess. I mean, I was definitely inclined towards that, because my thought is like, whoever did it, whether it was like some sort of left-wing terrorist or some sort of glowy. You know what I mean? I'm older than 31. Yeah, I'm 35, bro. I'm ancient. Like, you know, if it is somebody outside of, outside of that trying to create the chaos, it honestly is really terrifying, because what happens next? Like, all influencers who have any sort of political perspective or go and have debates or discussions are just fair game to, you know what I mean? I hope to God not. I hope nobody is. But it's like, this dude was just he was a fucking talking head with like the most like generic shit you've literally ever heard, like pro-abortion, or anti-immigration, anti-abortion, you know what I mean? Like the typical sort of just like shit you heard back in like Bush era politics. And then he just gets his fucking neck blown open. Rick, thank you for the 20 sis. Thanks. What a relief to hear your program. I have spent the last several hours following Charlie Cook news. I loved him. Rest in peace, Charlie. It's tough because I literally never followed any of his shit ever. And then like the only thing I ever really see about him is getting his fucking neck exploded. And it's just so incredibly, I sound surprised. Well, I mean, I am surprised, but it like when you trace it back, it's like we've been inundated for like 8 to 10 years since, I mean, even before that, I'm sure, with this sort of like amplified left versus right paradigm where anything that, and it's definitively very much been like, left-wing media that's pushing the fucking censorship, pushing essentially no conversation with the opposing perspectives. A lot of people are waking up away from that and actually I'm not saying one side is correct or the other, but I'm just saying that it's very clear that there is like a building of a narrative where anything that's outside of a very particular set of like uniparty thought is considered immediately dangerous, And it's fucked. It's genuinely fucked, and it's the type of narrative that leads to literally right now, where someone can't stand what somebody else is saying. Presumably that person was of the oppositional party, and they're just like, well, I'll just kill him. We're just gonna kill him. And it's just like, holy fuck, man. Like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, I'm not, listen, you're not gonna get any sort of like major insight from me on anything. I don't have the scoop, I don't have the knowledge, but it's so terrifying, because I do know how quickly a nation can descend into chaos after like one, for lack of a better words, turning point. Amy, thank you for the gift or two. John Keller, CT's Most Wanted, and David De La Rosa Jr., thank you for the one. One of my best friends died this year over injuries. He didn't advocate for what happened to Hexic Mine. What are you talking about? It feels a little too on the nose considering what he was discussing at the moment. I mean, it was like, what was he talking about? Like, he said gun violence, I think was his last word, and then he gets his neck shot out. Fuck, man. It just sucks, because it's like, it's so disgusting. It's just so disgusting, but it's like, my biggest fear is like, is this going to continue? Because we already saw attempts on the life of the president or previous president of the United States, and now president of the United States. I don't know. But it just gets, it's strange, like how, like, I go to fucking, like, and not to like hyper fixate on him or anything like that, but I go to fucking Hassan's video just to see what he says, I like to see what he says. I like to see what like somebody like Asman might say. And it's like, you go to the comments and people are just like loosely comfortable with it. They're like, what did he expect? Maybe he shouldn't say this. Maybe he shouldn't say that. It's just like these, like, people are honestly fucking psycho. Like, people are psycho. Like, if people say fucking words that you disagree with, like, where in your psychopathic mind leads your brain to think like, yeah, violence is the answer. That's how I solve this situation. We're just gonna kill him. Like, it's just, I'm immature. What are you talking about? Whatever, bro. Whatever, man. I don't give a fuck. Yes, I'm 35. Yes, I sound like I'm a fucking retard. I get it. It's fine. Cassandra, thank you for the Gifter to fuck you. Unsub. Good. Goodbye. Don't care. Whether you like him or not, he was a person who had his family right there with him, and he didn't deserve that. Nobody deserves it. Like, if you have political perspectives, there's no violence that needs to be, like, that's how quickly society can just descend into, I don't know, man. He advocated for Second Amendment rights, not for people getting murdered by guns, the right to bear arms, defend themselves. I know, I mean, like, the situation that occurred today wasn't like, that's what he wanted. Oh, he just, like, loosely wanted, like, by him advocating for Second Amendment rights, that's somehow, like, loosely him comfortable with, like, actually, this is actually preferable as I bleed out of my fucking carotid artery. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm immature. I'm immature because I'm advocating for the fact that someone who got politically assassinated was a terrible fucking thing that I don't know, man. People are, so I'm saying, there's just so many fucking idiots. Everyone's so fucking stupid. They can't fucking think for a second. They can't, like, there's so much cognitive dissonance that exists within this, like, political paradigm right now. Like, people cannot, like, they just hold one opinion while also maintaining another. They'll sit there and call one side, the person who committed the violence, that side will sit there and call them violent while cheering for blood pouring out of someone's fucking throat, bro. It's psychotic, man. It's like, well, you know, he was leading to a totalitarian state for the things that he was saying, so therefore, he had to go. Like, what is going on in people's brains, man? Bigotry is not a political position. Like, what are you saying when you say that? Are you like loosely comfortable with him with shooting people? Like, that's the thing, dude. That's the level of thought that people have, where they think if they can label you a bigot, they can label you a Nazi, they can label you whatever the fuck they want, and so therefore they have, you know, A-OK recourse to treat you subhuman and kill you. That's how that's literally the line of thought your brain is going through right now, is you think because you have deemed someone the evil, therefore you can just do whatever you want to them. And it's a demented line of thought. It's demented. And you need to wake up right now from that right now, or like you're just going to be loosely comfortable as the nation like falls into this back and forth violence, essentially. It's so insane to me. Mike, thank you for the 1 year. What's up, Joel? How many good stories we got tonight? We got 5 tonight. I don't know, man. It's just terrifying. It's just terrifying. I don't know. It's terrifying. Are we in ancient Roman Colosseum times? Bro, I have no idea. I mean, the bread and circus exists for sure. They don't ever want you to look into anything. They don't want you to look into a single thing. Don't even think for a second. Don't, just close your mind, take fentanyl, and stand in Kensington Square until you die. Only animals can support vigilantism. This man's only crime was speaking. It's absolutely psychotic to be behind. You can kill people in the street just because they have a different, I mean, right, is it not any different than like the people that are comfortable with that? Are they not the same people who are like somehow comfortable with like gang violence occurring in cities at all times? This like strange back and forth disputes there. No, they fucking ignore that shit all the time, and they just pretend that's, I don't know. You have to. People have to escape the left versus right paradigm, man, or it will continue. It will continue just devolve and devolve and devolve until we are no different than fucking South America. No different than the fucking Middle East. First Ukraine, then Gaza. No more political incidents here. This is all planned. We're being distracted. Yeah, what's the next move? Is 2026 where everything just fucking falls inside of itself? You need some more with the 5 stars. Whoa, Joe, you care about human lives. What the hell is wrong with you? Unsubbed. Well, I don't even know. That's the thing, is most of these people are like so incapable of articulating what they're even saying that they just say words like unsub but give you no reason. Because there's no desire for them to actually sit there and defend their perspectives. That's why so many people are so comfortable with like censorship and shooting people in the neck to get them to shut up, because like I'm not advocating for one perspective and another, but the fact that people, like, what level of IQ are you, right? Your ability to think, your ability to consider all variables, like, what are you when the only thing you can resort to is censoring people and hurting them? Like, you're a fucking moron. You have to be a weak-minded moron, just completely incapable of having a discussion or controlling your emotions. I don't even know, bro. But yeah, I know, Blue Sky, Reddit, I'm sure Twitter, all of them just like celebrating because listen, the worst part about those people, the Blue Sky Reddit people, is that they chose those perspectives not because they are morally good people. It's because right now, in our current societal stance in regards to what those sides even stand for, it's so their psychopathy, their insane thoughts can feel justified. They can claim that you're the violent one while they shoot you in the fucking neck. That's their line of thinking. All it does, all those particular sides do, and politics in general, is attract a level of psychopathy. Just so they can feel good when the day finally comes where they can fucking stab you in the fucking neck, because somebody on the internet will defend them. Somebody on the internet will have some sort of fucking line of thinking that's like, well, they were put in a position. They were put in a spot. They had to do it. I don't know, man. That's so fucked, man. Can you imagine your loved one? Like, did you see the fucking video? His neck explodes. Blood pours out of it like a hose, man. Like, Jesus, fuck. Like, imagine your loved one just like standing there. They decided to get into like politics. He's not even a politician as far as I know. He's just a fucking guy who's capitalizing on the aspects of discussing things. I didn't watch him because I don't like that shit. But the fact that we're at this like point where like people saying words results in death. I mean, now granted, hey, I guess that's how it's been in humanity forever. But I don't know, man. I just hate the fact that it feels like things are devolving back to that time. You know what I mean? It's that time again. I don't know. The sniper was a paid CIA operative, hence why they haven't caught him. I guess he's still out there missing. And I mean, it would make sense. Some people had said that Charlie was starting to say some things that weren't necessarily along the same typical sort of conservative perspective. Maybe he was starting to have some criticisms of shmishmishmail. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I don't really know. But there's a lot of like individuals that don't want that information to be spread, I suppose. I'm not really sure. Nuka with the 2, scary stuff to think I can die for disagreeing. I know, right? And that's why, honestly, just like if you ever see people out in the street and they're like seemingly antisocial or they try to start something with you, don't fight anybody. Like, if you're in school, don't get into a fight. If you're out at a fucking club, don't get into a fucking fight. Don't just fucking avoid conflict, honestly, for the most part. Maybe don't even argue with people on the internet, you know? Thank you guys for the 2. Appreciate you. I mean, yeah, don't put that in the chat just because, like, I mean, but it's more just like the concept of, like, it's more just the concept of, I don't know, deviating from the preconceived notion of this is the only way you can think. This is the only way you can talk. Fuck that shit, man. Fuck all of that. I do not want to see my country devolve into that. I don't. I really, really don't. And it sucks because if you really think about it, this like back and forth where you think one side is the better one and one side is the evil one, doesn't matter what side you're on, they play off of each other to eventually put you as the citizen into a basically a continuous state of a fucking boot stomping on your head forever. That's just what it's going to be if you continue to allow this to run rampant. We are due for an empire fall. I don't know. Are we really? It seems like there's individuals that just like get to choose that force. It seems like most people I come across, pretty chill, pretty normal, pretty average. But it's just like you always have some external factor seemingly extending from intelligence agencies that just want to see chaos play out so they can centralize power. It's always the analogy of the phoenix. You start the fire and then a new order forms out of it. And that's what I'm afraid of, is that this the beginning of the back and forth, you know? But civil war doesn't really make sense financially unless someone else is taking us over. Yeah, I don't really know how it would play out, honestly. I don't know how lines would be split. I don't want it to. I don't want any of that. I don't even want to talk about it. I mean, I am talking about it, but chaos is the goal. The left-right divide is the goal. Yeah. It's not, I don't know. Have a couple serious talks now and then, but not like this for the whole stream. No, I promise. I'm not going to be like this for the whole stream. I really am not. It's just that this was, in my perspective, so fucking serious. And what pisses me off is people will probably forget about it in a week in the same way they forgot about the attempted assassination, attempt on Trump back prior to the election. I mean, it's genuinely very concerning because it's like, I don't know. And then these like political commentators are just like kind of cool with it. They're like, yeah, finally that guy that disagreed with me is gone. Yippee. It's going to be you next, man. Not saying it will happen. I hope to God it doesn't. But it's like if anybody's just like loosely comfortable with it, you're just inviting the chaos. Minnesota Democrats were assassinated this year. I didn't know about that, and that's fucked. Yeah, that's fucked. It's all fucked, and I apologize for not knowing about that. Yeah, fuck, man. It's just that one. I guess that one was thrown in my face, right? Somebody sent me the video. I see this guy talking, and suddenly his neck explodes, and I'm just like, holy fuck. That's how real things can get out of nowhere, you know? A life is a life. Yeah, no one deserves it. Yeah, yeah. And how do we... I don't know. We just got to get back. Is it possible we can get back to a state, yeah, where disagreeing does not result in dehumanization? Is it possible? Like, no matter what your perspective is right now about any of it, is it possible you can take from this and go out and have conversations with people, even if you just, like, vehemently despise them deep within your heart of hearts? Just try to fucking have a conversation. Just try it. I'm sure you're going. I know for a fact you will find such a degree of commonality, even if the commonality is realizing you have no control. That's a sense of commonality, right? That you don't actually control anything and that someone having a different opinion is essentially meaningless to you. I don't know. This is the I mean, it's a scary story channel, and this is the scariest fucking story But yeah, I guess a lot of the times it's, I didn't even know about the stabbing on that bus with the Ukrainian girl. Like, I posted that one video of public transportation. I had no idea that even fucking happened. It's actually insane. I didn't know about the Minnesota people assassinated. I just don't know shit, and it's just weird to think that a lot of like what we perceive is just whatever's placed directly in front of our eyeballs. That's why I chose hope in action. Things are grim out there, but it's up to us to counteract the chaos. Yes, it's possible. Have empathy. Getting involved in your computer are the answers. I agree, yeah. Talk about it, Joel, because murdering someone for the disagreement isn't normal at all. You don't have to be in politics to see this wrong. It's life. Yeah. I hope they find the guy, just so we can find out the motivations. But there's like a deep gut instinct in myself that we're never going to get answers to why Charlie Kirk was actually killed. Maybe it wasn't even a leftist. Maybe it wasn't like some like radical left-leaning person that despises him. Maybe it wasn't that, and it was like somebody some sort of operation beyond that. I mean, he was shot from 200 to 300 yards out. Supposedly it bounced off of his bulletproof vest into his neck. I don't know. That's fucking nuts. We become a country that just identifies political parties instead of humans. I mean, once you realize that you're just individual moving parts and you aren't your political identity, no matter how much you think that you are, you're going to realize the second that you as a, Hassan Piker watching leftist are actually just a normal individual who's just like essentially a victim. You're just a victim. You know what I mean? You are a victim of like constant political barraging of like insane information all the time. Same with if someone actually is like a far right fucking Nazi-esque character. You're just a victim of information, of being inundated with crazy bullshit on your feed all the time. And if you just sat down and had a conversation with someone, who knows, maybe those cults that we have associated ourselves with, that we identify with, maybe we would be free of it, Maybe it really is that damn phone. Joe, did you see the Bills game where Lamar Jackson pushed a Bills fan for hitting him and DeAndre Hopkins in the helmets? I didn't see it, no. And honestly, fuck that fan. He can get hit. I don't give a shit. Alex Turner the Frog Gay Jones used the Kirk thing to say he's at war with the left. Ugh, like he could not use it as cannon fodder. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I don't know. You can't trust any of it, man. It just sucks. It's like, because think about it, you're just this passive observer who goes about their day, goes and works at Taco Bell or wherever, and none of this really has anything to do with you. I mean, it does, but the fact that like a lot of it's just kind of like operating in that through these various like political hierarchies that we have in society, it can just break down so quickly. So really, you just have to strive to be a leveler head, a much more level head than everybody else. The UK is about to snap. What's happening in the UK? Can you imagine the traumatizing feeling the person that had asked him the question felt? I cannot imagine being in front of that audience and seeing that happen. I mean, it probably was like PTSD level of like watching a friend or whatever have their like be shot by a sniper, in war or something. Like, I don't think you sleep well after seeing that in person. I felt immediately like nauseous as soon as I saw it. I'm just like, what the fuck? Because I thought it was going to be like one of those videos where someone gets shot and he just kind of falls over. You don't really see it, but then his neck just exploded open and fucking was flowing, and I'm just like, holy crap. Malice, welcome back for 6 months. His wife and children had to see it face to face. No child should ever. Yeah, I mean, you don't come out. You don't come out right from any of that. Man, that's so fucking insane. It's so fucking insane to think like this is the world we live in. I just thought we like fought so hard to be free of these types of things, and now this is where we're descending into. Christopher Last, thank you for the sentences. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, a giant among men, a true patriot. That's the thing. I didn't even know anything about him, but I just know that I wouldn't ever want any violence on any left-leaning person. I never would want any violence on any right. I just don't. We can't get there. We can't allow ourselves to descend into that level of chaos. It just cannot happen. But anyways, we're reading stories tonight, spooky ones. Did you hear about the Banksy art thing? Is Banksy dead too? Did they kill Banksy? This is not good, man. Yeah, honestly, don't even be tempted to go watch that video. It honestly will just fucking like ruin your day. Saw the blurred version. It was terrible. They did a terrible job. Yeah, fucking Christ, man. I mean, that's the thing is like he has a bulletproof vest on or whatever, but like how could you even possibly even imagine something so psychotic? I didn't even know Charlie Kirk was like some controversial figure. I thought he was just kind of like one of those like pre-selected Republicans that's kind of just like coddled and controlled until he eventually gets to run for the presidency one day and sits there and holds his thumb up and says, "Ladies and gentlemen," you know what I mean? Like that's the vibe I got from him. I never, in a million years would think that he would be a targeted individual. It's just very strange. Yeah, I didn't see the girl getting stabbed on the bus one. I can't fucking imagine. I feel like that would be even more terrifying. There's a picture of a judge beating a protester with a gavel, anti-censorship art, and by removing it, they left a clear silhouette of it. Oh, man. Man. I used to work as a bartender here in Toronto, at a couple of different spots too, but my favorite was the wine bar that was within walking distance of my apartment. It was a 30 to 40 minute walk, so I used that term walking distance pretty loosely, but my route was from Queen Street West to High Park North, some of the safer areas of the city, so before the night in question at least, fuck. What is Banksy art? I mean, I've seen some of it. I've seen like the flowers. Let's see. Banksy art. He's got, let's see what new joints he's got. He's got a guy, Antifa guy throwing flowers. Oh, there it is. A gavel smacking a protester's head. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. A girl with the flowers, or with a heart. Yeah, I think that's one of the worst parts about like censorship lately too, is like you used to like, I don't know if you remember the movie what's it called? Unbreakable? No. What's the one with Bradley Cooper? Invincible, I think it was. I watched that recently and I hadn't seen it, but it was like a 2011 movie, I think. And you know, it's a good movie. But it's like, at least it like makes a commentary on the fact, Limitless, sorry, Jesus, not Invincible, Limitless, sorry, literally just saw it too. But it like makes a good commentary on just a lot of different things. Maybe one of it being the fact that like a pharmaceutical like rep he was in the, game with him, the violence they use. Like a lot of it kind of goes unsaid. Like it doesn't need to be said. You can kind of infer certain truths from it. Some of it implying that like pharmaceutical companies may send people to, assassins to kill people. Like the terrifying realities of lobbying in politics and the fact that he's running for president or whatever, that kind of thing. And that you shouldn't mess with those individuals with large swaths of money or whatever, as simplistic as that is. But like there's a lot more nuance to it, obviously. But it's like you got movies that had commentary like that, and but it's like now you don't really get that with movies. Like I don't remember the last movie that genuinely feels like it's actually giving any sort of nuanced take on anything that's speaking to actual corruption that exists in our world. It just seems like it all kind of coincides in this amalgamation of just censorship and slop anymore. And so it's, I mean, even if Banksy's like art is relatively simplistic or derivative, you've seen it before, at least it exists, at least it's allowed to exist and does exist. You just don't really, I don't know, it's wild how much we've deviated from that, Spanksy, the spanker. Oh man, I don't know. But my route was from Queen Street West to High Park North, some of the safer areas of the city, so before the night in question at least, I'd never run into any trouble on the way home. I was a woman of just 23 at the time, and I was acutely aware that I was putting myself at risk by walking alone at night. I just fucking read that. Jesus. My brain just reset. I was a woman of just 23 at the time, and I was acutely aware that I was putting myself at risk by walking alone at night. But after the first few journeys, I gotta get warmed up. I'm fucking cold. I am a woman of just 23. The Temple of Pain and Suffering. Thank you for the 1 Canadian. But we don't have children being murdered in schools. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of like gun violence. I mean, I think one of the scarier aspects is that there's such a hyperfixation on like school shootings, which there should be, right? I mean, what would your solutions be to that? Question mark. It doesn't have to be the typical like take everyone's guns type approach. It can be something else. Like, what's your other solution to that? It sucks. Once again, it sucks. I hate even talking about it because it makes it seem like the fact that people sit there and think that people are comfortable with it. I'm not comfortable with it at all. But I find it like honestly disgraceful that we kind of just ignore inner city violence all the fucking time whenever those inner cities literally do have the gun laws that mitigate, you know, the availability of those firearms to people just like lawfully. So it's just, there's clearly something where it's not necessarily just laws of taking away people's ability to own firearms that's going to like save these situations. Like, it really does seem like there's something beyond that, and whether that's, I don't know what the answer would be, honestly. Andrew Batts with the 5 says, Canada earns Mississippi wages and pays California prices. Yeah, fuck. That's, do you live in, or where are you from? Pray away the evil in the hearts of humans. I've been trying. It's not working, bro. Nobody's listening. Yeah, I saw there was a school shooting in Colorado. And that's the thing, too, is like maybe the whole like seeing the video. I don't want people to see those videos. But the fact that I saw the video, it just like hit me. So I don't even want to see a video of like that. And what am I, you know, once again, like, what am I supposed to say? Like, it's just fucked beyond all recognition. But the question is, what do we do? Do we put more security in like schools, like really, really hard levels of security in every school as like a deterrent, you know, something that would, am I in California now? I've always said staff and faculty in schools should be allowed to carry. I mean, I don't really understand the opposition to that necessarily, you know what I mean? Because it's like that they would count that would be part of their training, right? Is that people get mad at that. I don't really understand the anger in that one, because it's like they would learn how to use the firearms. You'd have to take mandatory thing. It would be provided, and it would be like multiple lines of defense in these scenarios, and there would be protocols. There would be, I don't know. I feel like that sounds like a solution, and I feel like schools could actually probably take an approach to that individualistically. Maybe guns in schools prevention should be like the faces of death fears, get the kids. Why? Oh God, I don't know. I don't even, that's the thing, is like, just because you've seen something and you know it's disgusting, yeah, it brings you closer to it, and you know it's even more disgusting. It's the same thing of like seeing like war, and you're just like, war is hell. Why would anybody go to war? I wish we could stop the war. But there has to be like greater levels of deterrence, I imagine, to just prevent the wars, prevent the shootings themselves. I have heard speak of censorship, demonetization you face on this platform. It was good to hear your pins today. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things like, I don't know. But I mean, it seems like a lot of people all over YouTube are starting to see like a downturn on their channel, especially since the implementing various things. I think there is like an aspect in your settings called like restricted mode, and I think most people's videos are just already permanently set to restricted mode, because most people's adult content, I guess, is a little bit edgier. Okay, also needs more with the 2 says American schools are the modern siege castle. I don't know, man. I don't know. I was allowed to carry as a pawn shop employee as long as I completed the concealed carry class. Makes sense for schools. I mean, if it's able to create a point of pressure, right, in a point of security pressure, I feel like logically a school shooter would be less inclined, knowing that they were going against an armada of like armed staff, right? Like whenever, like if they know that they're going into a situation where there's no deterrent, like there's already like cowards, right? They're already coward, psychos, all that kind of stuff. We respectful citizens use guns with respect and defend ourselves, not to go kill. Right. I mean, that's the presumption with the teachers as well, if they were armed, How about the girl that got stabbed in the train? A lot of mental illness. I don't even know. I didn't even dig into that one. That one, I can't even wrap my fucking head around what the motivation was, if the guy was on meth or something. Who called you a sicko? Be nice. I mean, it is fucking sad. I don't know, man. I don't think I would ever live in the city knowing that there's that level of like psychopathy. He has schizophrenia. Jesus Christ. Didn't he have a pretty like extensive record and was just out in the streets, I guess, but dude had enough mugshots to fill a TV screen. That is strange. Why was he like able to just kind of like 14 priors? Holy shit. 14 priors and just like operating freely. Metal detectors, you have to be buzzed in about it. Yeah, I mean, I respect that. Like, that level of security does make sense. You know, I get, because, I don't know, accidental discharge from a teacher would be fucking terrible. I can't imagine a teacher would have a bad day to the extent that they would go fucking postal, but that would be a nightmare situation. So maybe just, like, turning schools into, like, Fort Knox level security might make more sense, or maybe be more affordable and less risk. The judge should be held accountable. It does make you wonder, like, what goes through a judge's mind whenever they see someone with 14 priors and just sort of allow them to operate unimpeded. I don't know, maybe it's something that just slips through the cracks. Hence why you're glad you're not American. Yeah, I mean, just to be honest, like, being not American also immediately puts you in the position of not really understanding it, you know, the extent of things, but also the exaggeration of things as well. You're not really getting a full picture. Like, to keep it 100 with you, like, I live in a pretty rural, pretty safe area, right? Most people are armed to the fucking teeth, and I wouldn't, you know, have it really any other way. And pretty neighborly, get along. But I wouldn't want to live in the cities. I would visit a city, but I would be like, my head would feel like would be on a swivel, depending on the area that I'm at. And yeah, so it's like not being in America. There are a lot of like safe places, obviously, in America. Not every school is just some shooting ground, and hence why it's annoying to me that the only solution that a lot of people sometimes think is that we need to just like immediately penalize law-abiding citizens somehow to like create sweeping changes to save, when I feel like that there's a lot more nuanced options to stop these terrible, terrible things. NYC is insane. Yeah, I just remember even whenever I went there and it was safe, it was like the people there were so on edge all the time that it like sucked the soul out of me, you know. They are magistrate judges. They have zero experience as judges, no law degrees. Anyone can be appointed as a magistrate judge, and they let violent people go free to keep harming people. Wonder why that is. What's my nickname? I don't know. What is my nickname? What do you guys want to call me? But after the first few journeys, once I saw how quiet and deserted my route was... God damn it, I can't read it all. Uncle Joey. Joey. I don't know why the Joey one's so funny. Just being called Joey. I don't know why that one's so funny. But after the first few journeys, once I saw how quiet and deserted my route was, I started doing it every night. I got so comfortable that I even started listening to music during my walks, but only in one headphone and only on low volume so I could hear things going on around me. But no matter how vigilant I was, no matter how quiet my route, I guess it was only a matter of time before my luck ran out. And when it did, it ran out big time. It had been a quiet Wednesday evening at the wine bar when we closed around 11:30, And then after a quick clean down, my coworkers and I were clocked out and headed home by around 11:45. We said our goodbyes, and then I headed off on my usual route, which at first took me through a bunch of quiet back streets before I turned onto a long, tree-lined avenue. High Park was on the left of me, buildings were to the right, with hardly any traffic at all driving up and down the roads. As I was walking, a rare vehicle passed me before turning onto the street ahead of me. I noticed in passing that it was a white van and paid just enough attention to recognize when it drove around a second time, taking the exact same turn. I thought, this van's just driving around in circles, so I wasn't surprised when I saw it coming around the block again. But instead of passing me, it slowed to a crawl at the curb and I heard the driver calling out to me. I took out my one earphone and I saw this tubby-looking guy with sandy brown hair sitting in the driver's seat. And then when we made eye contact, he asked if I was from around here. I didn't walk over to his window right away, I just told him, sure. And then he responds, thank God. Last couple of... Oops. You want to hear something funny that happened to me at the gym today? That kind of carried my day and will probably carry my year. Joel, how are you? I need some love right now. See how my comics got lost in the move. It was hundreds of dollars of Star Wars comics. Oh, damn. How did they get lost in the move? Do you think you'll be able to trace them down? What is it about New York that you don't like and how would rather it be? Well, it's not necessarily... There were a lot of good things about New York. It was just like I said, as soon as I arrived, there was just a lot of negativity. Like people you interacted with just kind of like looked at you with like a scowl. Whether you asked questions or when I was standing, like, I just remember like some old lady, like, you know, shoulder checking me, like, move it, dumbass, you know, just immediately. And yeah, I don't know. There was like a certain spiritual sense to it, if that makes any sense. It was just sort of like an empathetic, weird transference of energy between people that I just did not like. Like the place was just filled with, I don't know, just a negative energy. You need a sloppy Joey. But yeah, at the gym earlier, was it Francis 10 times worth in New York? Oh yeah. What places did I go? Where did I go? I feel like we were in Manhattan. Man, it was like 2011 when I went there, and it was for 3 days, and I was just like, I was just ready to rock and roll. Did I work out at the OWN gym? I did not. No, actually, I work out somewhere else, which is just like such a brain dead thing to do, but it is what it is. I just need to be away from that environment for a while. And, but yeah, I went to the gym, and like as I was doing this one machine, which is the big thing, is like I just really wanted to use like machines. There's this like bicep curl machine where you like sit on it, you have the pad in front of you for your arms, and you can like take both hands and do bicep curl. But then as I was doing my bicep curl, there was like some dude who was standing next to me who like wanted to work in or something like that. And I just remember like as I'm going, he was just like, Jesus Christ, bro. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, and then I'm like in the middle, I'm like, what the fuck is he saying? You know? And then I finished and he's like, bro, fucking, he's like, cut's gonna go hard, man. I was like, what? And it was like, he was like, your fucking biceps, bro, they're fucking massive. I'm like, oh. And I like immediately blush. I immediately start blushing. I'm like, oh my God. I was like, thank you, I appreciate that. And I felt bad, you know, he was like, he was a hype man. I just like felt, and he's like, I'm skinny as fuck. I've been trying to bulk. I just can't eat. And I just remember thinking like, eating's my fucking specialty, bro. But, yeah, it was sort of like a preacher curls machine. It was interesting, but I don't know. It felt good. Felt good to have some big old muscles and somebody tell me about it, which now makes me want to like hardcore cut down to see if like, I don't know, the cut actually does work. But dude, I'm so like, I enjoy lifting a lot, right? I enjoy lifting heavy weights. I enjoy it. But I just, you know, the discipline of only eating one thing for, I guess you only need what, like 3 months to kind of get shredded, but it's such a pain in the dick. And was he Sam Sulik level? The guy that told me no was like some skinny guy who's like seemed like he was in good shape, but he seems like he just like struggles to pack on weight, which is understandable. I'm on Fansly. Have you seen the movie Heavyweights? Yeah, it's been forever. I loved what's his name in that movie. No means no. 50 no's means yes. Wait, oh, you're the one who got the compliment. Yeah, I don't know. It's just funny because it's like whenever a guy gets told that they look good in yellow, and then they wear that yellow shirt till like their deathbed. I'm like that. Like the fact that someone like went out of their way to let me know that my muscles were nice. It's always guys too. You know what I mean? It's only ever like guys who are like comfortable with other guys to like let them know like, bro, looking good. And it does go a long way. I genuinely, even if it's not gay, it's just normal. And, you know, sure, he pulled his pants down afterward and I had to do what I had to do, but it was just to thank him for his kind compliment. I did 24 flights of stairs in the climbing machine supremacy. That's awesome, dude. Keep going. I didn't walk over to his window right away. I just told him, sure. And then he responds, oh, thank God. Last couple were all tourists. And before he asked if I knew where this particular street was, I did know where it was, and I actually understood why he had trouble finding it too, because it was one of those awkward side streets with crappy signage that's tough to find unless you know it's there. And I started trying to explain where it was, but I quickly realized that I was explaining things poorly, so when he held up a map and asked if I minded showing him, because he'd only forget what I told him, I didn't think twice. I guess this is the part where I explained something about the driver. Something that had me lowering my guard in a way that I wouldn't have otherwise. If this had been some creepy-looking a-hole, staring at me from his driver's seat, sort of saying, hey girl, you got a man, then there's no way in hell that I'd walk over like I did. But this guy with the sandy brown hair and blue polo seemed a little, I don't know how to put this other than slow. He had this kind of childlike innocence about him, like he was too dumb to be bad. And when he mentioned something about helping his mom move into a new apartment, I guess I got this harmless vibe from him. But that was the point, because if I was the fish, then he was the lure, and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker, as they say. I walked over to his window and he held the map out for me to point at it. But then no sooner had I touched the paper, the van's center door slid open on my left, and a man came leaping out the back. The sudden noise of the door sliding open scared the hell out of me, so I jumped back on instinct before the guy's feet even touched the concrete. And then once it hit me what was really going on, when I realized how dumb I'd been to fall for what was obviously a trap, I started running as fast as I could. I tried to get away, but the guy chasing me caught up fast, so the best I could do was run for some railings that belonged to one of the buildings. And all I could think was, they can't get me in the van if they can't get me off those railings. So I held on to them for dear life and started screaming for help. As the guy wrapped his arms around my waist and started trying to drag me back towards the van, all I could do was scream, while holding on harder than I'd ever held on to anything before. The guys pulled so hard that I thought my arms might break off, but I knew that that was better than whatever was waiting for me in that van. He tried pulling my hands free by the wrists. Damn. It's like a tornado. Pumping that iron. Maybe you should ask him to be your boyfriend, gym buddy. We'll see. Joey, exercise again. I've been exercising every day since Saturday, and I'm eating protein and vegetables. Let's go, tea time. Now that I am proud of. There's nothing that you're going to feel better in life than trying to better yourself physically. And maybe financially too, if you can. Alexa, what's up? How do I get my blankets to not smell like corn chips? Have you tried farting in them? Have you seen Corey's Return? Corey, like Corey in the House? Let him spot me once. Bro couldn't spot me. Bro couldn't keep up. When he told me I looked good, I just spit in his face. But he caught it with his mouth. Never skip cardio. It's tough. I'm always tempted to skip cardio. I did do 20 minutes on like inclined walk today. So that was good, I guess. I don't really sweat though when I do that. I feel like I should. Oh, Corey Kenshin. He had a return. I guess he had, yeah, oh, that's right. Yeah, I say I never watch Corey's videos. I do know him, and he seems fine, you know what I mean? But he had some, like, stupid girlfriend, like, try to imply that, you know, he did bad stuff to her or something, but it was like, but then she, like, rolled back what she said or something, and it was just a load of malarkey, right? So, I don't know. Whatever. It's like a nothing burger, you know, continue making your Let's Plays. I don't give a shit. Joel, is standing cardio any good? I can't always go outside or access the treadmill. Standing cardio, what, like lifting your legs up and down over and over again? Do you use any gym gadgets like Fitbit? You know, I don't, honestly. I was told by people that I should get one, but I hear they're cool because they can, I'm not really sure, track your steps or something. Can I pick up a car? I can pick up a car, rip it in half, and turn it into like boxing gloves. People are always causing drama with him because they have nothing better to do with their lives. I mean, the poor guy, like, is just too big. That's the thing, is, like, when you do YouTube and you get, like, too fucking big, you know, everything you do is, like, under a fine-tooth comb. No, that doesn't make any sense. A microfine glass. I don't know. I think I'm so desensitized towards, like, YouTube shit that I don't give a shit about what anybody does at all. I really don't. Just fucking Corey Kenshin could have shot Charlie Kirk in the neck, and no, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, that's a bad joke. Jesus Christ. Do you wear spandex thongs at the gym? I do. You can see it if I bend over. Do you listen to music or work out or just Sigma? I do actually just raw dog it there, honestly. I should bring some headphones. Like when Corey has voiceovers in his videos. Take any supplements? I take creatine and caffeine. I drink caffeine, and then I, take protein, I guess. But I think creatine, as far as supplements, is like supposedly like the TRT. No, dude, you don't want to do. I mean, talked about it before. Like once you take a exogenous hormone, you just fuck yourself up, right? Natty, yeah, natty all the way. It's just like pointless because I could see myself. Okay, listen, the worst parts about TRT aren't even just like the fact that you look like a giant meat monster, which is kind of the point, right? You want to get as meaty as possible. But there's so many cardiovascular risks. Some people, I remember, dude, Larry Wheels, right? Seems like a pretty chill guy. But he has openly said, he's like, I have had so much crippling anxiety from taking steroids that he was like permanently in a permanent ruminating state in his mind, thinking about how high his blood pressure is and that he's going to have a heart attack before he was 30 or whatever. Hence why he kind of got off of it. Hence why he's kind of a small bitch now. No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? They sit there and think to themselves like, oh, I'm going to get small if I get off of whatever the fuck they take. And it's just really sad. I don't even know if you would. I mean, would you even really want to look like Larry Wheels? He's cool and he's strong. Sam still looks not going to make it past 35. I'll be honest with you, Sam kind of seems like he got off of some stuff too, or like changed up his cycle a little bit, because he was very just like open-ended with his bullshit, eating Fruity Pebbles and chocolate schmilk, and then Wendy's. And I mean, granted, he did his cardio, whatever. But I would not. He seems a little bit smaller more recently, and I wouldn't be surprised if he switched up to something that's not as like destructive to your cardiovascular system. His back was disgusting. Yeah, he had really bad acne and stuff, which I don't judge him or anything for that. It is kind of just a sad realization that with Sam Sulek, God bless him, you know what I mean? He only really got as popular as he did solely because he took those. No, he works hard, right? He was working out like 7 days a week, kicking ass. That's awesome. I respect him for that. But it is sad to think like if he was just a natural Do you really think anybody would just be like gawking at him all day, you know, give him the gawk 9000? Did you want to go on a date too? I'm sorry, that's right. Oh, you guys are organizing a date. There you go. Find love in the Let's Read chat. My ex was banned from the NFL as a rookie for steroids. He was huge. Who was your ex, bro? I want to look him up if you don't. You don't have to say if you don't want to. Joe, I thought we were on a call for a second. I almost muted myself to fart. That's hilarious. All of your calls involve just one way. You were talking back to me. How tall am I? I'm 5'10.5". Gotta add the ½ inch in there just so you don't think I'm a short kink. You want to go on a date? Never been on one in your 29 years. You never been on a date in your whole life? What? I haven't had much of an appetite the past couple of days. Do you have any tips to get my nutrients? Maybe you can could you make smoothies or something instead and just pack all the protein shakes and shit? I didn't think I could like your channel more, but here we are. Hello. I do feel bad talking about the politics things earlier because I know that people are trying to get away from it, and it does frustrate me knowing that some people will say stuff like unsubscribe solely because of a difference of opinion. Not even necessarily the differences per se is that I care about and the frustration there, but just based on the fact that I put myself in that situation to therefore lose a customer, if that makes sense, or lose a subscriber. That does actually, them saying unsub, it does kind of hurt a little bit. But it just sucks to know that there's really no easy way to please everybody, I suppose. So people can't have opinions. I know, right? Not fair. You ever measure your biceps? I haven't, but after the guy said that, I've heard people say stuff about them before. Same with the quads and stuff. And and traps. The traps always get some comments. Appreciate your opinion, though. Coming here to talk about things calms my anxiety about it all. It's good to talk it out. I needed to talk it out too, because what the fuck? I don't know. I feel bad because it's kind of surreal. I feel terrible even just making a joke, because it's that guy literally is just gone forever to wherever he went. My husband takes testosterone because his was low, and he did so much research that he knew exactly which dose to ask the doctor to prescribe, and they gave him exactly that, and he's doing so much better now. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, having low testosterone can be just as bad as having super high test, so getting it to where it needs to be. Dude, there was this one guy I worked out with. He's the same age as me. His testosterone was towards really, really low, essentially, and it was crazy, bro. He got on it, got his levels to where it needs to be, and then during that period of time, he got his his deadlift went from 185 to 500, and then his all these other strength numbers and stuff just skyrocketed once he took that just prescribed amount or whatever. I don't know. It's not to say that you should do it when he does get frequent blood work, but it's just wild to think it made him feel so much better, and he made huge strides. What's going on with the gym? Did you mention it already? I was talking to someone who was considering sort of taking things over, taking the lease over, but I had to be completely honest with them about it and just my uncertainties about how things are proceeding with it. So, because I would hate to hand this off to somebody and then them immediately be in the position that I was in. So my hope is I'm compiling all the financials here, should be ready by Monday, but we're also kind of on a time clock as well. And I don't know. I think the gym will continue to exist. I just need to figure out a new managerial process there and just make it work. I own a gym, yeah. Dude, I know I started taking TRT and came around one day with a beard that he could never grow. Hey, whatever, mate. Yeah, as long as he's staying healthy, I guess, checking his blood work, I think it's every 6 months or 3 months or something. Obviously, talk to a healthcare provider before you get into all that shit, but I don't know. Sometimes I'm tempted to fucking jump on it just because I'm like, then I can just eat whatever the fuck I want. Because I hear you can just like eat whatever you want and just fucking be jacked still, which sounds pretty neat. How do you casually own a gym? Do you like run it? It was like mainly an investment. Like I was the sole capital provider for the investment. But, you know, just to clarify, gyms are terrible, terrible business ideas. And a lot of it was sort of just like a pet project for me, I guess. And also just a desire to try it. Yeah, the gym's called Ram Ranch Gym. Ram it in my ranchy. Do you ever hire an investigator to look into what happened with the funds in your gym? So, you know, I was talking to my accountant, and he's honestly just like, listen, if you sit there and look for fraud everywhere, you're going to be constantly thinking that there is fraud. But it's like, from what I can see from like, you know, reconciling everything, it does not appear that there's any sort of like fraud occurring. I just think the guy you have running your gym is a retard. And that made me feel kind of worse, because I was like, oh damn, I was kind of hoping that we'd have like some sick ass like private investigator shit going on. There are regular goth girls at Joel's gym. It's actually an only goth girl gym, so if you do come in, there's a kind of a strict uniform policy. Yeah, I'm sorry about your comics, Jonah. Is AI your friend for creativity? Not really, honestly. I know like some people say you can use AI to help like map things out and maybe think a little bit, but I kind of fucking hate it. You ate so many burgers, is that bad on a date? I guess the only bad thing about eating a bunch is like, should you want to go have some sex or something? Like, imagine trying to hold in a fart during like sex, and then you diarrhea everywhere on their wiener, or on, you know what I mean, or on their bed. It's just, you know, just things to consider. Do I got a gym? Can you fund me the low cost of $400,000? Be great investment, right? It's tempting. Like two gym failures. You should write your video descriptions. The video descriptions, yeah. My YouTube rep actually suggested that, to be honest. They said for your titles and for some of your, like, you know, search engine optimization, you should consider using AI for that. Just it's easier that way, you know. Interesting first time. Good to see you, John. Thanks for being here. Do you hate being touched? I don't hate being touched. I honestly, if some like random person just came up behind me and started like petting me like a dog, I don't know if I would run away. I tried pulling my free hands. Shit. The guy pulled so hard I thought my arms might break, but I knew that was better than whatever was waiting for me in that van. He tried pulling my hands free by the wrist, but I managed to bite him on the hand, like the real bony part on the back, so he screamed and let go. But he was so mad that he started trying to punch me, directly in the face too. I guess to try and knock me out so I'd let go. He pulled his fist back and swung at me, but I saw it coming and started shrinking down, so he couldn't do anything but punch my neck and the back of my head. He then started trying to kick my wrist so I'd let go of the railings, but every time he got close, I'd regain my grip as he lunged down to grab me. I was screaming the whole time, but after he failed to kick my hands free of their grip. They're grippy. Your video title, I thought you were walking and chatting, like literally. Wait, your video title, I thought you were walking and chatting, like literally? Wait, what do you mean? Do the next story in tactical talk? Sure. I was screaming the whole time. Whenever he failed to kick my hands free of the grip, he joined in there. Wait, what is tactical talk? I don't even know. Just imagine like a walkie-talkie and like cops. Yeah, we got a 369. Damn, real fine. Over. Shit my pants. Over. I was screaming the whole time, but after he failed to kick my hands free of their grip, He joined in with the yelling too and told his buddy in the driver's seat to come give him a hand. Now, I'd thought I'd done a pretty good job of holding that one guy off and stopping him from dragging me away, but I knew that the two of them trying together would be the end of it. So when I looked around and saw the bigger, tubbier guy opening up his door, I started wailing as well as screaming. I wasn't just screaming for help anymore. I was begging them not to take me, saying that I'd do anything that they just left me alone. But neither man was interested. They had made it up in their minds about what they wanted to do with me and what that was. They'd made it up in their minds about what they wanted to do with me, and there was no reasoning with them. But then, just as the bigger guy started walking towards us from the van, I heard someone yelling from all the way across the street, shouting for them to get their hands off of me right now. Someone was running towards us, wearing nothing but a robe, their underwear, and a pair of sneakers. But the thing that really caught my attention was the big old hockey stick they were carrying. The tubby guy ran back to his driver's seat the second he saw the guy with the stick, and then the scumbag trying to drag me off the railings did the same when he realized that they were suddenly in for a fair fight. He ran, jumped into the back, then as soon as he slid the door closed, the van took off, and the man running towards us had to dart. He shared a dart with me. I thought you were actually walking outside recording per your video title. What's it say? Recording walking alone at night. Oh, that's funny. That'd be insane. Honestly, I wish I could have good enough audio quality to would that be possible? If I had sort of a Jarvis Iron Man suit on or something, and I'm isolated in the suit, but then I can also see in front of me, but then the words, who knows, maybe the machine itself could walk me, and then I just read as it's, I don't even know. Have you witnessed any funny or very dangerous accidents on the gym? No, I don't think so. I don't think anything bad. I'm trying to think about all the machines. People fall or some shit, but I think we've been fortunate. Jarvis, live stream on JonelyFans. JonelyFans. Dude, how soon is it before I start the Fansly? How do you even promote that? I would have to post weird erotic readings on Twitter or something to get people's attention, or on, I don't know. I feel that's how people do it. They kind of post the thirst traps and that kind of thing, and then it leads to their page indirectly. Poop pants during deadlift? Probably at some point. Did you know Markiplier has OnlyFans? I did not. Let's take a peek at that real quick. Markiplier OnlyFans. There he is. Oh my god, there's his cock. His big fucking 3-inch dick. Markiplier's OnlyFans deleted. What the hell, Reddit? Where's the answers? Damn. That's pretty cool, though. Is he married? What's his deal? Is he married to anybody? Now you know. You gotta email someone tried to hack your OnlyFans, didn't know I had one. That's hilarious. Hello, sir. Did you know that someone tried to hack your OnlyFans page? We can help you for a small fee. He ran, jumped into the back. Then as soon as he slid the door closed, the van took off, and the man running towards us had to dart out of the way so it didn't hit him. He took a swing at it with his hockey stick as it sped off, and then turned back to me, running over asking if I was hurt and needed any help. He turned out to be the owner of a store across the street, one who lived in the apartment above. He'd been up late and had heard me screaming from the moment I started. He actually apologized for taking so long because he had to put on some clothes and grab his hockey stick. But I didn't mind, because he was literally my hero in that moment. He invited me into his store so I could wait for the cops there and get something warm to drink. I accepted the invite, and within maybe 30 minutes, I was talking to a pair of Toronto PD officers with a mug of hot cocoa in my hands. I told them everything, not that they were of any help, and so did the store owner. And then once I was done, they were nice enough to give me a ride home so I wouldn't have to head back out into the dark after going through something so terrifying. I guess it was the least they could do, but it still meant a lot to me, as did the help that I got from Mr. Hockey Stick in his little furniture store, a piece of which now sits in my apartment as a kind of thanks-turned-memento. Thanks-turned-memento. Too late. Mr. Hockey Stick. Hello, Hockey Stick, my old friend. If you like gold and if you like showers, then you will love golden showers. Do any of you guys wear heavy amounts of jewelry? I always thought it'd be kind of cool to wear some gold chains or grills or something like that, but then I also realize I don't want anybody looking at me. Dark or white chocolate? I really like milk chocolate. Dark chocolate's okay, it's a little bit bitter, but I'll eat it, And white chocolate, I would say, it would probably it would be from lowest to top, I would say dark chocolate at the bottom, then white chocolate because it's creamier, and then the milk chocolate above that. And then if you got something with fucking peanut butter chocolate in it, I'm shitting my pants happy. That's S tier to me. Do you know BB No Money, Baby No Money? I heard about him. I remember he disassociated from Asmon Gold because of silliness or whatever, even though they were buddies and stuff. I have 8 piercings and wear bracelets and necklaces. That's cool. Straight up gilded, straight up glittering. Is wearing 20 pieces of Condi at a rave count as jewelry? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I was curious. Is Rumi your type IRL? Do the girls you babysit know you that well? Which one's Rumi? Rumi's the main girl, I think. I was not assigned her as having she was not assigned as my girlfriend, the Rumi. I was mystery to them. That was me, and then who was the one the one with black hair was supposed to be my girlfriend or something. But, it's a cartoon. Amy, thank you for the membership gifting to Sloth Moss. Zoe, yeah. I guess it was the least they could do, but it still meant a lot to me, as did the help that I got from Mr. Hockey Stick in his little furniture store, a piece of which now sits in my apartment as a kind of thanks-turned-memento. Not a memento of how I almost got abducted, but a memento of that perfect moment of compassion and kindness that led him to come running to my rescue in his underwear while carrying nothing but a hockey stick. Mr. Stick. My coffee stand girl gives me a new bracelet every time I see her because I made her a perler neck piece. She's so cute. Oh, that's sweet. Are the vibes off? Oh no, what did I do? We've turned vibes off for the chat, guys. I can turn them back on if you want. In jail. The vibes are in jail. The vibes are buffering. You need to shower first. That might be it. I just felt like the vibes were off, and then in parentheses, you haven't showered. Only 3 more showers till Christmas. Rose Toy is at max vibes. I wonder if people really do go through their entire day just with a vibrating thing in their asshole. Did you see the bot comments on your latest Saturn Soul video? No, dude. God, why do people hate me? Can they just leave my shit alone? I don't even know what... I don't even want to look. Do you think it was... Well, let's go look real quick. Because I was kind of curious. The views jumped up pretty fast too, but I wonder if those were... I hope that they were organic. One day ago at 7,000... I don't know, man. Don't view me as a monster. I keep forgetting. Is it the sex bots? Is it down at the bottom? Hype engaged. ... Joel. I don't have a hype button. Found it here supporting. Hyped, and I don't do that for just anyone. You got to be in the cool kids club. Is that? No, that's a... I think that's a regular person. Fun fact: the Democratic ran city of Chicago is still full of sadistic murders. Nice. I'm happy for me. Wait, it's a happy day for me. I feel I must share my testimony. People work for more than 10 years. Wait, is this? This is a bot comment? Meanwhile, I guess I can look at this later. I don't know. The most liked comment, really? Okay, I'll read it real quick. It's happy day for me. I feel like I must share my testimony. People worked for more than 10 years just to have less than $2 million in their retirement. Meanwhile, some people become multimillionaires within a short period of time from just making the right choices. I'm a living testimony. I went from debt to making an average of $200K every month, thanks to Lasha M. May. I pray that anyone who reads this be... Can I delete it? Oh, I need to make myself... But I don't want to switch... I'll delete it later. And Simon runs the channel, so I'll ask him to keep an eye out for that kind of stuff. It's a boot. It's a freaking boot. Do you think South Korea banned OnlyFans because they secretly still believe fan death is a real phenomenon? What's fan death? Saturn Soul has a hype button option. What's the hype button do? Also, sometimes I notice whenever I put a promo of Saturn Soul at the beginning of like a normal Let's Read video, it kind of like, I feel like people don't click on it. So do you think, would you guys be annoyed if like, say I read like 1 or 2 stories in a normal video and then ran the Saturn Soul video promo? Everything is off. I'm sorry, guys. Everything's getting turned back on right now. Hold on, let me hit the switches. Okay. Vibes. Fixed. We've coded some vibes into the chat. We're good again. It hypes you up in the algorithm. Interesting. Promo it after a true crime-ish story. Yeah, I'm not sure if this one will have it. Maybe it will. You watched all the Saturn Soul videos today? Nice, thank you, yeah. Yeah, they're pretty fun, you know? I mean, not fun in the sense of the topics, but it's like, you know, nice to actually be a part of like a channel that has like good editing, you know what I mean? Yeah, we talked about Charlie. He's fucked up beyond belief. Alright, vibes off now. I don't know. There's really nothing I can say other than just please don't allow the country to descend into madness, you know? Why does your voice sound so different at the end of Saturn Soul compared to your talking voice now? I think at the end of Saturn Soul, maybe I'm doing like a bit of a voice or something? I don't know. Maybe it's a different, well, it's a different microphone, right? So maybe that plays into it. Am I going to be for Halloween? I guess Where's Waldo or something like that. See if you can find me. Fan death is also what happened to John Lennon. Jesus. Oh, well, you know, that might be a good point about the South Korean thing. Fan death is when you die from leaving your fan running overnight while sleeping. For some reason, it was a big superstition in South Korea for a while. Wait. So they're worried about the linguistic terminology of the word fan? Back when I was still freshly graduated and working my first real job in the city, some coworkers invited me to go for drinks with them on a Friday night. Now, I had amazing... Do you like beef, chicken, pork, duck, deer, lobster, or turkey? Definitely chicken the most, I would say. I mean, I eat a lot of beef too, but honestly, I don't really... I just like chicken because it's easy to chew. You ever have to do a big enema bag on your patients? I don't know about like a big one, but definitely had to do an enema before. It's tough when you accidentally stick it up their urethra instead. I had an amazing time, and it was awesome to get to know them in such a casual and different environment. And then, at around 1 in the morning, I decided to call it quits and take a cab home. I walked out of that club, and then I was on my way towards one of the larger streets where I was more likely to see a vacant cab when I realized that I'd lost my purse somehow. I knew the chances of getting it back that night were slim to none, and the best thing to do was just cancel the card and write off any cash in there as a loss. But then after calling around to some friends and family to see who was free to give me a ride home, I found out everyone with a car was either drunk, asleep, or both. I realized that if I was going to get home that night, I either had to hitch a ride with a total stranger or walk a heck of a long way on my own and in the dark. And since the idea of the first thing... Protesters in the county of Nepal, Mount Everest, burnt down their parliament building and overthrew the federal government this week. Anyone else see that? I did not, no. I remember seeing that there was some pretty crazy stuff happening in Malaysia. Do you like K-pop and K-drama? If you like K-pop, do you listen to BTS, Stray Kids, Gordon, or T.O.P. Top? I personally don't like K-pop or K-drama. I've seen it, I've listened to it. It seems fun, but I think it's just like outside of my purview per se. Colostomy bag and catheter back are different doors for people. Nuh-uh. Did you talk about the latest U.S. versus aliens news, U.S. versus Hellfire missiles? Yeah, okay. God damn it, dude. Is that really are we gonna get like every possible fucking thing ever where like political violence like increases? We now have to fight like UAPs and shit, fucking UFOs. Like what the fuck? Why did they shoot a Hellfire missile at it? We're just gonna try it. See what happens. To me, that is the one thing where I'm just like, once they start telling the public stuff like that, like, we shot a big fucking missile at this thing, and it didn't destroy it. Ruh-roh. Uh-oh. Here we go. Dude, I feel like I don't know. I feel like that in itself is honestly what they're going to condition us for. Because, think about this. Think about this. Aliens, right? Those machines, whatever they are, the UAPs, the UFOs, can you imagine them going around to various areas of like cities and just like blasting shit, right? And then now we're like fighting aliens, domestically. And the weirdest thing is that you would never know what the aliens look like. You will never know if they actually are aliens. It literally could just be like United States or world governments, machines, aliens. And they're just blowing you up just to create more chaos and shit. And all you would have to do is just think like, oh, fuck. They're declassified DARPA vehicles. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, we know that the fake alien bullshit is coming. And we know that as soon as they, sooner or later, we're all going to get banned off of YouTube for saying that aliens are fake. Even though forever they sat there and said like, oh, you conspiracy people believe in aliens. You're stupid and fucking gay. But now... sooner or later, they'll cause chaos with it and then be like, well, it's kind of misogynistic of you to like sit there and say that the aliens aren't a threat and it's the government. Judith, welcome back for 62 beautiful months in the Buttersock called. Good morning, Buttersocks. Good morning, Joel. Lurking as always. It's 6:40 a.m., so still half asleep, but wanted to say hi again. Thank you, Judith. Hope you're doing okay in the beautiful UK. Stay safe out there, and thank you so much for the long time support. Any Balians on board? Balians. That would be kind of sick. Have sex with an alien hole. Have you ever watched Tomorrow War? They started drafting everyday people to fight in the war and send them into the future with no training or gear, and that a majority of them just fall to their deaths. I'll just like appear and then they just die. You think AI will turn against us once it gets more advanced? No. Well, listen, this is what I think AI is. First, AI is going to be used to like surveil everyone. It'll be used to automatically shut off people's bank accounts. It'll be used to automatically censor people. It'll be used to automatically do all sorts of like sort of terrible things to the population, right? But then, of course, you always, you know, as is seen fit, I'm sure there will be moments, the people that actually control the AI will have moments in which, oh, the AI has gone rogue and it actually shut down this sector and then that sector. And, you know, it just starts doing like convenient things where they can just like blame the AI going nuts or whatever. Where's Jeremy? He's not amongst the cult anymore. I don't know. Where's Jeremy? I haven't seen him in a while. Don't forget you promised me an alien boyfriend. Okay. Me? All right. I'm going up there. It's going to be like the end of the movie Independence Day. Driving right up into their alien hole, and I'm going to find you a lover. Or a baby Chewbacca, one of the two. You cannot have sex with a baby Chewbacca, just so you know. I'd literally die of boredom if it wasn't for you and your wonderful Wednesday and Sundays. Thank you. You're welcome, Norma. Good to see you. A gay alien boyfriend? Oh my gosh. Guys, you can't have all these specifics. We're going to have to start customizing them for you. Do you want it blue, green, purple, iridescent? Will you do a get ready with me video? Get ready with me as a guy who jerks off into the toilet before he poops. Or what came first, the poop or the jizz? And since the idea of the first things scared the ever-living hell out of me, I chose the second thing and started walking. I cannot overstate how glad I was that I chose to wear sneakers that night. I made steady progress away from the busier, more party-oriented areas of downtown and toward the more chill and less populated ones. It was actually kind of cool walking through all those abandoned places. They were usually just teeming with life in the daytime, and now they were very peaceful and empty. But it was also kind of eerie too, and I kept having to push the image out of my head of some creep jumping out at me from the shadows. I was careful where I walked, kept looking around to make sure that no one was following, and tried sticking to well-lit areas too. And then when I finally did see another person, I kind of panicked a little, thinking, oh God, please let them be cool. But my mini panic stopped right as I looked closer and saw that it wasn't some creeper in a hoodie intent on stalking me. Just in case. Oh, Justin, what's up? With the 5 says, but can AI tell me if hot dog is a sandwich? No. No intelligence in the artificial intelligence. I'll stick to my human intelligence. You know what? We're going to answer that question right now by talking to AI and see what it says. We will end this debate as soon as possible. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Question mark. That's one of those fun, never-ending debates. It really depends how strictly you define a quote-unquote sandwich. Now, the literal definition, a sandwich is typically any filling placed between two pieces of bread. By that standard, a hot dog, a sausage, and a bun technically qualifies. The cultural definition, in practice, most people think of sandwiches as things like turkey clubs, BLTs, or grilled cheese. Hot dogs tend to be put in their own category, like tacos or burgers, because of their unique shape and cultural identity. Now, the legal angle, in some food industry and tax rulings, hot dogs have actually been classified as sandwiches since they meet the bread plus filling criteria. So, the short answer is yes, a hot dog can be considered a sandwich, but socially and culturally, most people treat it as its own thing. I think we're going to have to go with the legal ruling there, Justin. Case. And we will say, based on the court the magistrate court of Let's Read, a hot dog is technically a sandwich. Who else used to think hot dogs were made out of dogs? I feel like it's not worth eating unless it is real dog meat. What's the best tasting dog, though, do you think? Dobermans or, like, Chihuahuas? What's your favorite protein bar if you eat them? There's this one that I have sometimes in the morning called, like, a perfect bar. And they have to be, like, in the refrigerator. Because the ingredients are kind of, like, all, I guess, organic bullshit. Or whatever. So, you kind of have to keep it cool or it goes bad pretty quick or like starts to like schmelt. Dobermans taste better. Oh. Irish Wolfhound. I saw somebody with one the other day. It was freaking massive. Let's ask Liver King. Guys, today I'm eating one of my dogs. God, can you imagine? That'd be the one thing that like he could actually kill Joe Rogan, hope God forbid, and like nobody would care. But if he killed one of his dogs and just ate it raw on camera, I don't think there's much coming back from that one, honestly. He could scam people out of like thousands of silly dollars and nobody would give a shit, but if he ate his dog's ass, that'd be GG. I told my brother when I was in first grade that dogs are dolphin meat, so I didn't eat one again until that's hilarious. I heard that there are only 3 types of food: soup, salad, and lasagna. Any food can fall into one of those. A sandwich is considered a lasagna, therefore hot dogs are lasagna. There we go. Dude, honestly, I used to like hate Olive Garden. Started going there again. Pretty good. Pretty fucking good. Like the, whatever they are, like the bread, the croissants or whatever it is, like they're really good. And then the soup's really good. And then by the time you've had all that shit, like you don't even have any room for your entree. And that shit's good as, yeah, breadsticks, oh yeah. Dude, I can't remember anything. My brain sucks. Firm believer. He spit all the bull balls he eats on, I guess, yeah. Unless maybe he throws them up afterwards. I don't know why he honestly thought that people, like, wouldn't eventually find out he's on steroids. I guess that's how, like, delusional a lot of these content creators are who in the fitness industry. Like, if you look like your skin is kind of like sewed onto a meat suit, it's that tight, then you're probably on gear. And the weirdest part is that like he didn't even need to do the tenets, the 9 tenets of like sunning your asshole or whatever. He could have just been like kind of wild. You know, could have just been like a wild guy who sells some shit and not lied to people. He could have done the 9 tenets, all the same shit, and just said that, yes, I'm on steroids. He could have said a low dose. He literally could have just said a low dose of testosterone, and no one would have given a fuck. And he could have sit there and said it was for his health, and no one would have cared, and he would have just like not gotten Joe Rogan level of canceled. Just like my husband, he used to hate Olive Garden. We went for the soup salad breakfast thing, and he fell in love. Oh man, so good. You get filled up so quick, and I'm like, this is perfect. Like, it makes me wish that I was like a homeless guy that lived out behind there just so they would bring it to me. I like Panera, but Panera has so much sodium and it ruined my private equity. Ruined by private equity? What's that mean, private equity? Sorry. Did they change the food prices? I heard Panera went up quite a bit. I don't know about Olive Garden. I feel like Olive Garden is one of those places that kind of needs to maintain its affordability, whereas Panera... Oh, the Panera Heart Attack Lemonade. I was so sad that I didn't get to try any of that. Also, I feel like the one that died from the Heart Attack Lemonade had like 64 ounces of it too, so maybe that was a bit much for lemonade. He could have become a survival fitness type guy hunting for food and shit, doing all pull-ups in the forest, curling. Right, yeah, and then did his typical like workouts back home that actually got him the muscle. And I don't know, there's so many, like if the whole point was like him to just be like a weird thing to stare at and then sell his supplements, he didn't need to like lie. He really could have just been like this oddity, this weird character that people just, like I genuinely think the population could have been convinced to enjoy him if they wanted to. And honestly, I think there's still a comeback. I do believe that there's a pretty strong comeback with Liver King, minus his like meth usage and minus his death threats upon other people. I truly see it coming. And in fact, I support Liver King. I don't actually think he's on steroids. But my mini panic. Why can I not read? But my mini panic stopped right as I looked closer and saw it wasn't some creeper in a hoodie intent on stalking me all the way home. It was another girl, similarly aged and similarly dressed too. She was walking on the other side of the street as I turned a corner, and we were both walking in the same direction too. So when I looked over and we made eye contact, she asked if I wanted to walk together with her. And she acted super extroverted and friendly, and I knew two girls walking together was way safer than just one walking alone, so I figured, what the heck, why not? And she crossed the street to introduce herself. She told me her name was Kim, and that she may or may not have accidentally given her cab fare to a bartender who must assumed it was just a tip. Now, we joked about how she accidentally earned herself. I can't remember, my fucking voice is slurring. I spent $120 at Olive Garden just for my sister and her son and myself. Then I spent $99 at Cheesecake Factory with apps, meal, dessert, drinks for my husband, self, and two kids. OG is expensive. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't be surprised. That's crazy. Actually, that's true. I think it was like 2 adults, 2 kids, and it was probably like $70+ dollars. Alex, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. How's Pradeep? He's good, honestly. He slept with me all last night. The only bad thing is like the moments in which I didn't need to wake up. He wasn't running around and all that crazy shit. But like whenever he does kind of wake up, he like comes over and sort of just like slowly starts to put his hand on me. And then I just kind of like push him slightly away and try to get him to just like lay on my side, because it's a little bit hard to sleep sometimes when he's like crushing your chest. What's safer than 2 girls walking alone at night? 2 girls, Von Kopp. Should I take T-gel or shots when I transition? I don't like shots, but I also don't want to get rid of my fear of them. I have no idea, bro. Probably not the guy to ask that. Sorry, fam, what the fuck? I'm in the bath, and my wet fingers decided to make my phone keyboard go all wonky, and I had to wipe it with my headband before I could correct. Panera, not Pantera. Same thing. They should play Pantera in Panera. I used to drink a stupid amount of caffeine, a little half-gallon of Death Wish coffee. That's awesome. We joked about how she'd accidentally earned herself some good karma and that she'd probably get that $20 back somehow in the near future. And then the conversation continued as we carried on our way. And I think like maybe a third of the way through the journey, we saw a guy staggering out from a side street and start walking in the same direction. He was the opposite side of the street, so we had a nice safe distance between us. It also took him a minute to realize that we were there, and when he did, he started yelling stuff like, "What's up, ladies? Need a little company over there?" I did my best to ignore him, and so did Kim. But then under her breath, she said, "No, thank you," in a way that had us both stifling these giggles. Now, the guy asked what the heck we were laughing about, and at first he sounded pretty chill, but then he changes to, "Wait, you two are laughing at me, aren't you?" And he started to sound very offended. And over the next few minutes, we listened to him yelling stuff like, "Oh, I get it. You think you're better than me, is that it?" And while at first he sounded kinda hurt in a jerk-off kind of way, he got angrier and angrier as we just kept on walking. Now in the end, Kim suddenly explained how her place wasn't far and I was welcome to come inside for a drink and a bathroom stop before I walked the rest of the way home. I actually really needed to pee at the time, so I would have accepted anyway, But having that drunk a-hole now basically following us absolutely sealed the deal. I accepted her invite, and then we darted down the next side street so we could lose our not-so-charming traveling companion. And when we heard him yelling, we picked up our pace a little, laughing at how outraged he sounded. I asked Kim if she thought he'd follow us, and she responds, "Probably, but watch this," before she turned us down another smaller street. We were completely out of sight, leaving the drunk guy yelling aimlessly in the street, and we only had to walk a few more minutes before Kim then says, "We've arrived." It took me by surprise, because we were walking past these super nice houses with gates and courtyards out front. I lived in a crummy apartment, but here was Kim, not too much older than me, and she had this really nice house. And I was so taken aback that I kind of froze on the spot and told her that her place was amazing. Kim smiled. Oh, what time is it? It is 1:04 a.m. Or I guess close to 1 a.m. essentially. Christine Baker, welcome back for a year. The Buttersock Call says, "Hey there, Joel. Thank you for all you do. Mine and my husband's 33rd anniversary this Saturday, the 13th, which has been great. Congratulations, Christine. That's amazing. I'm happy for you guys. Here's to 100 more." What do you think about Wendy's? When I was young, I threw up after eating fries dipped in chocolate frosty. The food was good, but getting sick was not good. I like Wendy's, honestly. It's like one of my favorite burger places as far as like chains go. I just think that their burgers taste a lot more dense, if that makes sense. Like they're soft, they're dense. It's not like that, I don't know, there's some types of burgers you have and the meat's a little bit chewy, if that makes any sense. But something about theirs just kind of like slides right through your teeth. It chips your teeth right off. Where am I from? Have I also watched Squid Game? I'm from Pennsylvania, and I have seen Squid Game Season 1, not Season 2, though. Probably won't watch Season 2, to be honest. Not anything bad, I just don't really care. Wendy's Spicy Chicken Burger is the only fast food I'll eat. Hell yeah. Never heard of Wendy's, never heard of Squid Game. What if I just wasn't from Earth? I wouldn't even be able to relate to anything you guys told me ever. I did see Season 3 of Squid Game. It was amazing. How have you been? How have? It'd be funny to just ask someone how have. I've been okay. I've been good. I've been trying to, put out some fires in life recently, and that's okay. It's fun. It's a fun thing. It keeps my brain active. I look like if Ji-hun and Jun-ho and Thanos had a baby and then threw me to a homeless guy in Finland. Oh my god, what'd the homeless guy do to you? If I tell you my first name, can you remember it? No. I can't. I don't think my brain can do it. I might remember it, honestly. Go ahead. I mean, if you want to, you don't have to. But you don't like being called Strauss or something? I remember you were upset that I called you Strauss, or not upset, but I thought you said something. I'm in the middle of a divorce. Thank God I'm not, honestly. I mean, I guess I technically am. It kind of feels like a divorce with the business stuff, but I look at people actually going through divorces, and thank Christ didn't deal with that. Any updates with the gym? I mean, it's really just basically trying to compile financials for this Monday. And honestly, I might just try to restructure things. My thought process is that if I'm going to continue paying the back rent, I'm just going to ask my business partner to restructure it so I'm 100% owner, and then he can just work for me or whatever and just get paid, and we can just try to make this thing fucking work without him being basically running the entire show himself. Because honestly, that's been the issue from the beginning. It's just giving him way too much fucking leeway. Pradeep will be able to wander around the gym. you know any EMTs or firemen? My dad's a volunteer fireman and EMT. I've known some, but I can't say I know any personally. Why'd you make fun of a conjunction? A conjunction? What's a conjunction? Like a literary sentence or something? How've. I don't know, it's just funny. It sounds really funny saying how've. How've you been? How've. It just looks weird. HOW apostrophe? What the hell's that? VE? That's like half a word. What the hell are they doing? Too lazy to fucking say two words? Gotta throw them together? I say rural funny. It's quirky. I'm a bit of a quirk. Conjunction junction. What's your function? I was so taken aback that I kind of froze on the spot and told her that her place was amazing. Kim smiled like that was something she heard a lot. Now I couldn't help but bruh. A quirky hipster? No, not at all. I swear Misty just wants like my DNA records, that's all she wants. Just hand them over, come on. Social Security, DNA. I couldn't help the barrage of questions that came next, but Kim was gracious enough to answer them for me. She said she lived alone and with a pretty hefty discount on the rent because she rented from a family friend. And I'm like, damn, I'm jealous. But in a sort of I'm happy for you kind of way, and Kim just sort of smiled before inviting me inside. The gate wasn't locked, so she just pushed the latch and opened it, and then we stepped into this cute terracotta courtyard with shrubberies on either side of a path. And there was a security light that turned itself on as we got closer to the door. But just before it did, effectively blinding me if I tried looking up, I swore that I saw a curtain twitch on the second floor of the house. Now as we reached the door, I asked Kim if anyone was staying with her, and when she said no, I reached for her arm and stopped her unlocking it. She asked what I was doing. I told her about the twitching curtain and how it made me think that we'd been watched from the second floor. She told me it was probably just the alcohol messing with my eyes and that no one was inside. So I backed up a little ways from the porch and looked up at the windows again. The security light had turned off because nothing was moving on the path, which meant that I wasn't blinded by it when I tried looking up. And when I did, I saw the curtains twitch in a second-floor window again, clear as day, like I'd caught them looking. Now I'm thinking, for real now, that there's something in the house, Kim, we need to call the cops. What's up with the legal issues? What legal issues? No legal issues here, unless you're talking about the gym one I was talking about. To clone you, Joel, we need more Joels. Which way every night streams, yeah. I do sometimes feel like I need at least one clone or two, just so we can wrestle. Sam, welcome back for 3 months. If I never say how again, can we be friends? Absolutely, you can say whatever you want. I was just kidding. Have you seen the show Severance? I heard about it. Have you heard that trans people are going to lose gun rights? I've not heard that, no. How would that even how would that even play out legally? Because if they're citizens with Second Amendment rights, how do you just what would that process even be? Is it the same way that they can because I remember whenever you got a medical marijuana license, I think in Pennsylvania, there was something where as soon as you got that, you had lost gun rights as well. Joel should make a house of Joels just like the house of Cosby's. It's all just my clones. We're all covered in mud. Have you ever, maybe perhaps by chance, ever considered not reading and just delivering yappage at max capacity? Oh, fuck. Yeah, dude. The thing is the reading to me is like playing a video game in between yappage, you know? And I really don't think that I'm clued in enough with reality to the extent that I could give you guys opinions on stuff that's not utterly inarticulate and ignorant, you know what I mean? It's happening because a trans person is a school shooter and they think all trans people are school shooters. Well, I mean, sometimes people say stuff and let's just... Are trans people losing the right, the Second Amendment rights? Here's a breakdown of what we know, what is being discussed, and what is risk for trans people, and what's happening. The U.S. Department of Justice reportedly considered policies that could restrict transgender people to own firearms. This discussion seemed connected to debates about whether gender dysphoria for some kind of mental health diagnosis was tied to gender identity could be used as a basis to deny gun rights. But as of now, nothing has been finalized. The proposals are still at the internal deliberation or rule-mulling stage. What the law says about what protections exist. The Second Amendment guarantees the right of people to keep and bear arms. Second Amendment court decisions. District of Columbia versus Heller 2008, McDonald versus Chicago 2010 affirmed that this is individual right for law-abiding citizens. There's already existing legal restrictions on gun ownership, in many cases criminal records being adjudicated, mentally incompetent, etc. Any restrictions specifically targeting trans people purely based on gender identity would likely face strong constitutional challenges. Legal protections like due process and equal protection under the U.S. Constitution, 14th Amendment, etc., tend to prohibit arbitrary or discriminatory laws. A law that categorically barred all transgender people from owning firearms would likely be examined under those constitutional protections. So I agree. I do agree that probably would be what would happen and get to the Supreme Court or whatever if it ever got to people losing their Second Amendment stuff. Sarah Wentz with the 5. Thank you, Sarah. And Rick Irv with the 5. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, guys. Joel, call the cops. Naterator sent me his package. His dick in a box. Thanks for giving like 500 plus nights of sleep, my dude. You're welcome, Martin. I'm glad you're sleeping. Sleep is how you grow. Sleep is how you stay sane. Sleep is the best. Get as much of it as you can, but also go outside. Van, I'm glad I saw this once I got home. Long time to see you. Yeah, good to see you, Van. What's happening? I got Vans on, but they look like sneakers. Now I'm like, for real though, is there someone in your house, Kim? We need to call the cops. But she snapped back saying I needed to chill. Just come inside, relax, have a drink. And she said a bunch of other stuff, but I didn't hear it. All I could hear were the alarm bells blaring in my head on account of the way Kim was acting. I might have been a little drunk, but I'm not stupid, and I slowly began to suspect the unthinkable. Kim wasn't just drunk and overconfident. She knew someone was in that house, and since all that seemed to matter to her was getting me inside, I realized things weren't as they seemed. At first, all I wanted was to call the cops, because better safe than sorry, right? But then Rick Irv, thank you for the 10 buggerinos, broski. Thank you. Joe, we need to get your vibes back up. You don't sound like you're having fun. Well, stop saying that. I'm having fun. Guys, when you tell me my vibes are low, it's like you're manifesting the vibes in my balls to just absolutely shrivel. So please, tell me I'm actually having the best time ever, and then I will. Fake it till you schmake it, bro. We are having fun, and we are all enjoying this stream, sir. Everybody say sir. If you guys have a question or a statement, you put comma, space, sir, period. At the end, no, period, no, not a period, comma, space, sir, with a capital S, and an exclamation point at the end. Do you understand me, soldiers? Sir, yes, sir. I can hear you. I can hear you. Don't treat you like your gym friend. What does that even mean? That's what I say to him. Get down and give me 175,000 push-ups. Would you rather live in Seoul, South Korea and have to pay $1 a month for rent and bills, but have to eat 100 shrimp in a week, or live in NYC and have to do the same thing but have to eat 100 steak? Probably Seoul. I'd be curious what South Korea is like. Alright. This is actually a request for everyone in the chat. Can you get down and give me 10 push-ups, actually? And once you've done it, say you did it. And you can't lie. And I'm not going to... No one's in the chat's going to judge you if you can't do it. But once you do it, you say yes. Done. Thank you. How many? 10. 10 push-ups. 118 pounds. It's alright. We got work to do. You did it earlier? No, you got to do more. Good form. 40 push-ups. Holy coop. Holy buckets. At first, all I wanted was to call the cops, because better safe than sorry, right? But then once I realized Kim maybe wasn't who she said she was, I just wanted to get the hell out of there. I didn't even say bye or anything. I just turned around and walked back towards the gate. And then Fuck. You are a grown ass man, a grown ass man on the internet with echolalia. What is I gotta look this up. Echolalia is a phenomenon where a person repeats words, phrases, or sentence that they have heard others say. It can be immediate, repeating the words as soon as they heard, or delayed, repeating the words later. I don't know what you're saying. What would be an example? Echolalia can be caused by a variety of factors. Autism spectrum, developmental delays, brain injuries. Do I have a brain injury? Or autism? Guys, do I have autism? Hearing loss, certain medications. Boomba clot. Wait, so what? I don't even know. I'm not. You can explain it and I'll look at it, but guys, you gotta stop diagnosing me with fucking made up shit on the internet that you see on TikTok. It's never right. You guys, I swear to God, like one day I'm gonna walk in here, you guys like, Joel, you got locked in syndrome. Which is true. Which is probably true. Repeat satisfying words. I don't have echolalia. I have joltism. The schism of the tism. You like building Legos? I'm working on a Lego house. Yeah, Legos are pretty cool. I haven't done it in forever, but I used to like buy sets and stuff. I remember when I was real little, that was like my favorite part of like daycare when I was little, was like there would be a big pile of fucking Legos on a table and I'd just go over there and fuck with that for like the hour before like classes or whatever started. I have silly goose aphasia, yeah. So wait, what happens when you have autism? You're supposed to take vaccines, right, to get rid of it? Is that what I have to do now? I didn't even say bye or anything. I just turned around and walked back towards the gate. Then the last thing Kim said in character was kind of offended. Suppository vaccines. I'm gonna have to have someone give it to me, unfortunately. This is the cure for autism, and it's a big egg going up your ass. Then the last thing Kim said in character was kind of offended, saying, "You're not leaving, are you?" And then no more than a few steps later, I heard the sound of feet rushing up the path behind me before Kim suddenly grabbed me by the hair. I asked what the hell she was doing, but she was done talking to me, and she was done listening to me too. She didn't try to hit me or anything, she just tried to hold me steady, and then my eardrums felt like they were about to burst when she screamed right up close to me, "Get down here and help me!" I think hearing that sent me into overdrive, and I managed to push her to the ground before pulling my hair out of her grip. I felt that horrible burn as some was torn out from my scalp, and I didn't care though, because I was free to run towards that front gate again. But right as I did, I saw someone standing in the open doorway of the house. Someone huge, and they were there to chase me down. I ran harder and faster than I ever did during high school track, which, without blowing my own trumpet too hard, was pretty damn fast. And I only looked back once I ran through the streets, and the man chasing me was so close that I was going to burst into tears while running at full speed. So all I did was run and run as fast as I could till I saw a highway that had a few cars going back and forth. I ran out into that road and right into the path of an oncoming car, which obviously had to brake once it saw me. The driver was obviously pissed, but when I tried to show him what I was running from, there was no sign of the man who had been chasing me. I remember him stepping out of his car door a little to tell me to get the hell out of the way, and so I did. I staggered back to the sidewalk on shaky legs and then called the cops. Most of the walk back to my apartment was spent on the phone with the cops, the coops. It's giving Human Centipede. By autism law, you have to like Sonic. I do like Sonic. I'm honestly very disappointed that all the Sonics have sucked dick since Sonic Adventure 2. It's like they keep trying to recreate that, but it's like, guys, Mario is leaps and bounds beyond you. And all you really need is a Sonic game that actually feels like it's smooth. You're going fast, and it's smooth. That's all you need. You don't need to try to replicate whatever the fuck it was in the past. Make sure you sleep, Penny, but don't go outside too. But finish your responsibilities, but don't work too hard. And don't be too lazy, and don't stress out so much, but also, alright, how about I just die? No. We need you for second shift. Have you heard of the Roblox drama and what Roblox did to Schlep? I genuinely don't really know, I guess. I don't play Roblox. I don't know. What is the Schlep stuff? It was what the fuck was it? I don't even actually know. Excited for the new Borderlands coming out. Number 4. Roblox has always been gross and now it's just out loud. Do you like fantasy, like books or movies and games? Yeah, I do. I really like Lord of the Rings and stuff, but I'm not some knowing everything about Lord of the Rings type. I just enjoy listening to there's this one channel called In Deep Geek. Today we're reading about the Balrog. In Deep Geek is cool, but I kind of think it was not a smart idea for him to split his channel into Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings content, because I think a lot of people are kind of split on that, and the last thing you want to do is split your audience. Do you like peanut butter cookies or fudge? I like both of them. I love peanut butter, dude. Guys, it's 9/11. It feels like there's something I'm forgetting. What's so important about today? I can't remember. It's the day that we got destroyed. The portal opened up and everything went to heck. Did you read Game of Thrones as a teen? No, I can't read, dude. Roblox basically banned... Dude, read that 50 times fast. Roblox basically banned a dude from catching diddlers for some reason. Did they give a reason? Is that what Schlep did? He caught diddlers in his little net. And then he diddles them. Mars or Snickers? Mars or Snickers? I've never actually had a Mars bar. I should try one. Snickers is good, though. I'm literally Let's Read and I can't read. It's because I'm lazy. Justin's unsubscribing. No, that actually legally can't happen, Justin. I'm sorry. Time to your first cosplay this year is Fan X. Nice, dude. What are you going to be? You can have a Mars bar. Elon Musk got there first. Oh my god. I wonder what you've been reading now. I don't read at all. I just play video games and go to the gym and eat food and shit. Watch shows. I'm just lazy. My brain's lazy. Reading to me is I enjoy doing this, but you can tell I get distracted so easy. But to sit down and just read a book and stare at it for hours. I think I've burned out my dopamine so much that I would just probably pick up my phone and immediately start scrolling through it. And I just have this like deep sense of a bad association with reading since I was a kid, where I just was bad at it. It took me till like 4th grade to like learn how to read. And so I always just thought I was dumb, you know? And, yeah, so I just never do it. Saul, thank you for the 10. Says I have to go to bed soon. When are you going to start getting mad and yelling? That's a great question. Let's do it right now. Fucking shit. Fucking shit, guys. Stop. Fucking stop it. Fuck off. Should I cosplay as a maid for Halloween or be a 1980s soldier? I have an 80s helmet and uniform from my uncle. You could be like a soldier maid, like do a mashup. That'd be kind of sick. Just end the stream already. Bro, Ember. Dude, sometimes I can't even tell if you guys are trolling. I feel like I've been in a good mood, but you keep coming in saying I'm in a bad mood, and I can't tell if you're serious. But it's whatever. It's probably not serious. Most of the walk back to my apartment was spent on the phone with the cops as I explained how I just escaped a potential kidnapping, or maybe worse. The dispatcher said that she'd have an officer visiting the house that I described, and then she gave me a case number so I could call back and ask about what they'd found. But I didn't need to, because the very next day I had a detective from the state police call me, who asked if I could pay me, asked if he... Son of a fuck. Son of a freaking crap. You were making me mad because you said to. Oh my god, that actually worked. Damn. Reverse psychology, bro. It actually works on me so easy. Look out, Joel. If people don't like you, what you have to say, they get really crazy, unstable, and well, you know what happens then. I don't know. Honestly, I'm going to be honest with you. I have like this weird inclination that there was something more to the Charlie Kirk death. Like genuinely something more sinister than what we realize. Like it's probably completing like a twofold type thing. Maybe he was considered some type of like threat to, you know, a particular place he doesn't necessarily support anymore. And then on top of that, it creates like a degree of division amidst the population, right? Because we're all going to be arguing left versus right, and like, oh, now the right gets to kill somebody or something, which don't do that. Nobody do it. But, you know. Are you going to leave a big belch in this edit too? I didn't have a good one. That last one I left in because it was so funny. I just thought it was like demonically funny. Distracting us from a certain island's guest list, perhaps. I did see that what the fuck, like the Senate is voting on whether or not they release the list. It's like all the criminals are gathering together today to say whether or not they're guilty. How old am I? I'm 35. But I'm immature. I was told that earlier. And is that correct? Yeah, it is. But it's so weird because I like meet people who are like 35 and 40, right? And they're like parents and they're, you know, whatever the fuck. And I don't know, just like really, really boring, right? And I just don't know how you can maybe it's because I have like a different sense of humor than most people, and that's what makes me seem immature. But I can talk to anybody, you know, I can talk to literally anybody. Do you like Matt Rose? Have you watched this video? Never heard of Matt Rose, no. First time tuning in the stream, it's kind of cool hearing your voice talk normally on, and I've been listening to you for a couple years. Love you, Joe. Thank you, Arwen. Love you too, bro. Good to see you. I'm 35 and still don't have kids. Yeah, and do you feel like that kind of keeps you a little bit more youthful, I suppose, as far as like your interest in like comedy and your interest in like, you know, just like your interest in like pop culture, I suppose, and like the meminess. I think the fact that I'm kind of like terminally online too kind of makes me like a dumbass. Not like a dumbass, but just like sounding like the things that I see online or whatever. I feel like it was meant to cause chaos, to make us ignore the stuff we should be paying attention to. Yeah, Jesus Christ, what a way to cause chaos, though, someone's fucking life. You ever heard of the Putin pudding meme? No, I've not. I heard that they collect his poop or whatever every time he leaves someplace so that nobody can steal his poop and examine whether or not he has cancer or is dying. Any Silk Song enjoyers? I did download Silk Song. I have to play it. I'm excited to play it, and I will play it. Do you have a team for Saturn Soul and Let's Read, or you manage both channels by yourself? I have people helping with different stuff, but like Saturn Soul's a little bit more involved because I have Simon and Robin editing videos and basically taking audio from like the true crime stuff and then editing videos with that audio, going back like years. I'm a mom, 34, and not totally mature. I mean, what is even mature? Like, what is mature, honestly? Just sitting there patiently and being boring as fuck and saying nothing ever, and just like waiting to collect your retirement and die. I don't know. What does a bad day look for you like? I mean, the only bad day I've recently had was whenever, like I mentioned about the business and someone like dropping that I owe like months of rent, you know, that they didn't tell me about. That was a bad day, because like normally I really don't have any like financial troubles or anything like that, thankfully, but now I'm pondering a little bit. Crazy Frog with the 2 says it was a 200-yard snipe. That's not a normal person. Yeah, and even fucking weirder is that it ricocheted off that bulletproof vest. So it's like, was the plan to hit him, you know, center body mass in the chest, and then, I mean, and then if that would have happened, like what? It still would have caused a crazy amount of chaos, but I don't know, man. That was fucking scary. So sad. So fucked. God. And honestly, like anybody who cheers on the death of him, like can literally rot in hell. I don't care what your politics are or anything like that. Like if you generally are excited about like some just generic commenter on like fucking political issues dying, then you're just, I don't know. To me, you're just like cheering for the end of a nation, essentially. And more death to come. It's so disgusting. He had a bulletproof vest on. Yeah, it like chipped off the fucking tip of the left side and like shot up into his neck, and oh my god, man. It's so fucking sickening. You've seen Good Riddance comments. Dude, I don't know, you like wonder to yourself, it's like so sickening that you can't help but wonder if these people, if it's just like bots. Like is it genuine people? Like is it genuine people that wish the death upon someone they disagree with? That's so sickening. That's like so fucking crazy. Do you have any suggestions for healthy calorie filler that's not too many carbs? Probably just mixed berries, you know what I mean? There's like these 3-pound frozen mixed berries bags at like grocery stores you can usually get, and you can like take them out of the freezer the night before, let them sit in the fridge, and it thaws out. And honestly, like I think a cup of those or more is like, or maybe 3 cups is only 50 calories or something. It's pretty low calories. And you can also do it with like cottage cheese or, you know, low-fat yogurt and maybe some honey in the morning. And that's like good as fuck. It tastes so good. There's other stuff you can do. I'm a left-leaning guy, and I believe that nobody should be mocked when... Dude, it's so sickening. Like, what the hell? Like, what? Like, I just pray to God that our nation does not descend into this sort of back and forth, you know, Colt versus McCoy type, or you know what I mean? Do you ever see those like family feuds? It's essentially... Did you ever wear braces? Yeah, I had braces from my like 9th grade year to my senior year. It was the best feeling ever to get that shit off, and definitely worth it for sure, because you got some nice pearly whites. I'm sad that this is what UVU is going to be known for. What's UVU? The University of Utah? Or what? When I first heard about it, I wasn't sure because I knew that I didn't agree with the guy, but seeing the video actually terrified me and made me realize that he was a human person. It's really sad. Yeah, right? I mean, it's like, that's how fast, it's just like how fast reality can strike you. Like someone's life can just be gone so quick. All of those like qualms that you have with them can just erode away. And you're just like, oh fuck, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean, you know what I mean? Like I didn't, you know, it's I don't know. It's sickening. It's just so sickening. Did I have a bar behind my teeth? No, I think all my braces were in the frontal region, thankfully. Veneers. Maybe one day. Do you have any famous YouTuber friend apart from Mr. Ballin? Just like blame it on George. And back in the day, blame it on George and that creepy reading. We play video games together and stuff, and that was fun, but we kind of, lost touch with each other, which is no big deal, it's just kind of how it goes on YouTube sometimes. Who else? Who else is even famous? I mean, I've talked to, Lazy Masquerade here and there, but not anymore. It's kind of like one of those things is, as you get older, the social aspects of stuff starts to kind of, fade, and everybody kind of gets into their typical life and, business-oriented, and that's just sort of how things went. And, I mean, I've never actually spoken to Mr. Ballin before. I'm no doubt that he's an amazing guy. I just never, it's like I'm talking to his business team. I'm friends with a goth egg. It's like an egg that has black hair. Did you guys have a gaming series together? I've helped them do voiceover on some of their videos, but I don't think we ever specifically did a series where we gamed or anything. We're ever friends with Ronnie, Dark Somnium. Yeah, I've talked to Ronnie, and Ronnie's very nice. But there's just really nobody on YouTube that I necessarily keep up with anymore. And it's nothing against anybody. That's the nature of being on the internet, is people just kind of stop talking, and that's, you don't see each other because it's not real life. So you just kind of keep going on. You found out your mom likes Mr. Ballin? That's awesome. Hope Ronnie's doing good. Me too. I haven't spoken to him in a while. It's kind of funny. It's become a running meme, or every 6 months or a year, Ronnie will message me, ask if I want to be part of a collaboration, and then he just won't say anything. And it's literally, I swear to God, that's happened probably 3 or 4 times, where he'll just yo man, you want to do this? I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And then he just disappears, and it's okay, that's fine. Angelica, Sassafras Mason. Hey Chad, am I at the beginning, end, or beginning? It's the middle right now. Have you ever eaten poisoned food before and have been fine? In 2015, I was 6 or 7, and my parents went to a Golden Corral, and both of them ate the pizza and got sick, but I did not. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if I definitely, one time I went to a bowling alley and I ate pizza, and I stuck my fingers into the bowling ball and then kept eating pizza without washing my hands between, and I remember I got actual some sort of poisoning there. You guys need to rekindle and do podcasts like Joe Rogan. That'd be fun. That would be fun. How does your voice stay so nice to listen to you when you read for hours on end? I don't know. I don't really know. I guess I'm just fortunate that the frequency doesn't burn me out too much. I mean, I wasn't purposely trying to stick my fingers in the bowling ball after, but it was eat pizza. That was my theory. I was eat pizza, got these greasy ass fingers, right? And then I'm they're Joel, you're up the bowl. And I'm oh shit. Okay, here we go. And then you throw it. And then you just get back to stuffing your face with pizza and soda. And then I just assumed that there was probably some transference of disgusting that way that made me have violent vomiting and diarrhea. We ever make school lockdown horror story videos or school horrors? I do have a lot of school related horror stories, and there might be some lockdown ones related. Do you guys have earthquake drills in school? I feel like we did when we were younger, that and tornado drills, but it's been forever. What do you make for lunch for the kids you babysit? I guess I'm never babysitting them during the lunch period of time, but yeah, I just make whatever, or the past 2 times I ordered something because it was kind of a fun night of a Friday night or something, or Saturday night, waiting for their dad to get out of work because he'd work late at a bar or something. Tornado drills. What do you do if there's a tornado? It was I remember we had to go, was it against the windows? I feel we had to sit with our heads down facing towards the windows. Or was it to stay away from the windows? I actually don't fucking remember. I think maybe it was stay away from the windows, probably, and go into the hallways. I think we were supposed to stand in front of the windows so when the tornado would come, we would be able to hold the windows in place. And be like, go away, tornado, go away. Our hands are already like pointing towards the tornado. We're like, get out of here. You don't belong here, tornado. And then it would just go. It's just like, oh, you guys, fuck you. Fuck you and your child magic. Have you heard of the Cracker Barrel drama recently? Yeah, I think they backed down from that. Honestly, I think the Cracker Barrel drama was just like to get people talking about Cracker Barrel and go to Cracker Barrel, because it is kind of like a fun little diner place, you know what I mean? Like you get there and you have some disgusting diner food or whatever. But sometimes I think a lot of this drama that we think is drama may or may not just be like their way of doing what's called like viral marketing, you know? Same with the Sydney Sweeney jeans, like that wasn't authentic, you know? Same with the Cracker Barrel stuff. Like it was just to get people talking about their product, and that's literally it. And then you sit there, if all of a sudden you have some sort of political identity with something, you either want to go support it, even though you would never in your life go buy a pair of Wrangler jeans or whatever it was. And you probably might not even have thought of going to Cracker Barrel, but for some reason you're like, all right, I guess we'll go. Because fuck the liberals, right? Am I right? You know, it just doesn't make any sense. Is it safe to come back? Yeah, where you been, Christy? If you close your eyes, you wouldn't see the tornado. You should be fine. Yeah, that's usually how it works. We would have these big sand piles we would stick our heads into. Same with Elf and Matt Rife. Matt Rife has nothing to do with cosmetics, yet there he was. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that one. Bud Light Dylan commercial. I think that actually hurt them though, didn't it? The Dylan Mulvaney thing or whatever. And then it was funny because then they're like, oh wait, who can we find that everybody likes? And it's like Shane Gillis. And then, which Shane is actually from Pennsylvania. And then he, I don't know, then they kind of bounce back or some shit like that. I don't know. I mean, the UK, does Cracker Barrel sell just crackers or what? It's just like a big diner, like a country diner where you can get like pancakes and eggs and coffee and stay, you know what I mean? Just, it's also like just a big restaurant that kind of looks like you're eating in like a cabin or some shit, you know what I mean? It's like a place where a bunch of like old people go after church or whatever. And then at the beginning, you know, when you first walk in, it's like a whole gift shop with candy, like overpriced candies and shit. So it's like as you're leaving, the kids, they realize that kids are gonna like sit there and beg for goom drops or whatever, and then you're like, all right, let's fucking get some goom drops. Even the founder is confused. Who knows, man? It's just all bullshit. Everything you see. You're supposed to avoid glass during tornado if it's shattered, then the glass shards being whipped around. Some people suggest opening windows, though, to equalize pressure created by the tornado. Oh, so it avoids like expanding the glass. Well, it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger, I suppose. Do you get to vent to anyone IRL? Yeah, I have a really nice social circle of people I can speak to, especially during this, you know, the issue that I had with the gym and the financial stuff. Like all of them are just like aghast, absolutely aghast, hearing like how screwed I might be getting. You listen to Big Boy by Top? I have not, no. That's K-pop. Somebody was asked about K-pop earlier. But I didn't need to, because the very next day I had a detective from the state police call me who asked if he could pay me a visit. He seemed super interested in Kim and seemed disappointed that I hadn't gotten a good look at whoever had been inside the house, which, by the way, turned out to be unfurnished and owned by a realtor who had no idea two individuals had broken in. They were gone by the time the cops showed up, and the only trace of them was a strip of masking tape attached to a wall that the forensics people said was clean. The detectives... Well, I'd be screwed. It's just a lot of money that I was told that we owe on like back rent that I was not made aware of, and now just to like keep things going because I'm like the guarantor on the lease, I need to basically pay it or they kill me. Break my knees in. So whenever I try to record my voiceovers for my videos, I swear my mouth dries up and I can't like keep my mouth not dry. What do you drink to keep it consistent? I don't drink enough, honestly, but I do have like I have some sprays. There's some sprays for your throat you could get. There's also, I have this stuff called All Good It's like a lip balm that you can throw on that kind of keeps the lips moist. You can also get Aquaphor. Aquaphor is good to keep the lips moist, just to avoid dryness and that sort of like impeding, you know what I mean? But if it's the interior of the mouth, you might just have to like try and stay hydrated throughout the day, perhaps. Chia seeds? What do they do? What did the landlord say? The landlord is very lenient, but the landlord is also just like, get me my fucking money, you know? Get me my money! So, I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe I'll just jump off the top of a big building. Just kidding. Unbothered, moisturized. What inspired me to start this channel? I just wanted to do YouTube and make money, you know what I mean? The detective said that while I've gotten very, very lucky, it was my smarts that had saved my ass in terms of figuring out it was a trap. But to me, it wasn't any of that. I got away that night because that sick F words. Those sick F words. What the fuck was that? How many months of back rent do you owe? It's 5 months back rent, which is just like, I don't know. I'm still in this position where like sorry, I hit my microphone. I have to fucking like figure out how to just like oust this person who's like fucked me. Because like their reasoning is, I don't know. My one friend seems to think there's nefarious things at play. My accountant does not think so. What's with all the voice cracks? Are you growth spurting? Yeah, I'm having a big spurt. I think the voice cracks come down to the fact that I'm like changing the frequency of my voice in like the glottis area, and it just like, you know, it's a little different, so it sometimes gets caught on itself. Don't get evicted. Yeah, I don't think we'll have to worry about that, but I don't know. At the end of the day, brick and mortar is such a fucking terrible idea, you know what I mean? Like, it's so expensive. Can you hire a new manager? I think my strategy here, and don't tell him I said this, but I think I'm just going to be like, listen, if I pay this back rent, you need to give me 100% of the business and just fuck off, because, you know, this is so ridiculous that we're in this mess because of him, right? And so I think it just out of like respect for me and like his own, I mean, he can go, I mean, he's already like struggling to make money anyways, so like he doesn't really have any like direct income coming from the gym itself, so I mean, it would almost benefit him to just absolutely screw off and go get an actual job, you know. I think you need to get Justin as a new manager. I mean, if he wants to, it's kind of like be a pain in the butt. You put tags in your videos. I'm trying to get my video, which is severely underperforming for how much work I put into it, to pick up traction. Yeah, I think tags essentially, from what I've heard, are like not that important, but it's a lot of your SEO, like search engine optimization words, apparently are the most important within the description of the video and the title. So if you can kind of ask AI or something how to like create like a description that optimizes SEO specific to your niche, same with your title. You can do A/B testing, I believe, with your thumbnails, and then obviously your thumbnails are going to play a huge part on whether or not people can kind of like click on it. The one thing I noticed with thumbnails is that like the title and the thumbnail kind of have to play off of each other, if that makes sense. Like, it has to create like a little bit of a, like, you look at the picture, then you look at the title, or you look at the title first, then you look at the picture, and it's like, if those two correlate with each other going both ways, it's like an unspoken language that like enables a person's brain to want to click. And sometimes once you get them in, you're kind of Gucci in like a weird way. Sounds like a plan. Get it in writing so he doesn't sue you for breach of contract. Yeah, if he does, I would send the dogs. The videos that I didn't do that on did way better. Yeah, but dude, I'm going through a bit of a strange thing on my YouTube channel right now. Like, since YouTube implemented those AI ads, like my channels went down like 1 million views overall monthly, which was fucking devastating, you know? I used to get like 300 new subscribers a day. Now it's like 150. It's fucking crazy. Like, it's the lowest the channel has been in like years. And it continues to sort of like drop. And, I don't know, I'm a little bit just nervous. The dog's out. Oh yeah, and they stank. My dad has a friend named Joel. He's a rock metal band called Project Kings. Nice. Is it good? Alt girls are a psyop in entertainment media, and I will never not believe it. What's an alt girl? An altar boy? Shocked you're not pulling in billions of views. I know, bro. It sucks because, like, I feel like so once in a while, I feel like my videos gain some traction, but the manner in which it gain traction anymore just like doesn't happen. Like, getting a 1 out of 10 doesn't mean I get a lot more views than normal. I don't get a bunch more like suggested views. It's just like all my views are kind of like the same all the time now, and it's kind of weird. Like, it's good, the consistency, I guess, but it's like there's not this hope of growth anymore on the channel. And that's what kind of hurts a little bit, because I'm like, fuck, man, I would like to figure out how to like just suddenly have like a pop-off month out of nowhere, but I'm just not sure that's ever going to happen again with my channel. Alex J with the welcome back for 42 months. Appreciate you, dude. Good to see you. That's a long time. Have you ever had a crush on a man? Be honest. Also, yes, his music is good. I never had a crush on a man. I have not. You know, being as honest as possible. I mean, I look at men and I get jealous of them or I admire them, and I think like, nice, dude, you're kicking ass, or I want to be their friend or whatever it is. But like, when it comes to looking at them as like sexual creatures, I just think they're weird looking and hairy and gross and yucky, you know? But women, it's like the complete opposite. I look at them and I'm just like, holy shit. It's not fair. Like, it's not like when I look at women sometimes in my mind, I'm just like, this is so unfair. Like, they're so beautiful, I can't even like think, you know. And it pisses me off that I'm like, it's such a powerful spell on my head, on my brain. I got away that night because of those sick morons. I got away that night because those sick freaks were too impatient, and Kim was too crappy of an actress to silence those alarm bells in my head. They might have been smart enough to get away with trying whatever they... Let's look at Latinas together. Dude, Latinas are like... It's a dangerous world. If you hold their hand, they get pregnant. They might have been smart enough to get away with trying whatever they had in mind, but I swear, make them just a little bit smarter, and I'm not sure that I'd be around to be writing this right now. Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow the Hedgehog. The Hedgehog. Shadow the Hedgehog. I love Latinas. Nothing better than a goth Latina. Dude, that was just story 2, and we're almost 3 hours in. Jesus Christ. You need to start objectifying men more? Yeah, dude, we would fucking love that. Holy shit, go ahead. Rip us apart. Do I like Asian women? I know I'm gay, but hear me out. There's only one girl celeb I have a crush on. It's the girl from Squid Game Season 3 who's the guard. I remember the one girl who was like North Korean in Squid Game. She was beautiful. But yeah, all women. I love all women. I think every facet of them, wherever they fucking come from, I just think they're gorgeous. I cannot not look at them. It's not fair. Oh, it was her. Yeah, that chick was like very, very beautiful. Who doesn't love a woman? Oh, that's a good point. Am I on X? Not anymore, no. It's too toxic, just a waste of everything. Yeah, Asian men are gorgeous. You know, I don't disagree with you. She wasn't in season 3. Season 3 Gar was another North Korean. Ah, okay. You'll never have me? What do you mean you'll never have me? You can put me in a bottle, keep me locked away. I even love Bigfoot. Yeah, I remember one time Bigfoot gave me a knobber out in the woods. It was non-consensual. I didn't want that at all, but Bigfoot, it was a female Bigfoot. She had her way with me. In November of 2010, me and a few pals of mine went out on a lads' night to celebrate our mate Jacko's 25th. We went to a steakhouse before a massive bub crawl, Jesus Christ. Are fat women gorgeous? I honestly, sometimes I look at them and I'm like, man, good looking. Now, the craziest thing is like the transformation of people's faces. Do you ever see someone where they like go from being big to, in shape, and it's like it like blows my mind. You know what I mean? It like blows my mind like how much different that transformation can make, right? But I have this special power where I can like see someone who's big and I know what they'll look like when they lose weight. And so therefore I can see their future extra hot self. A genie gave me that power. I'm basically like Shallow Hal. Can I picture you fat? Let's take a look. How fat though? We talking 600-pound life? Let's see, JV, you keep taking new model profile pictures, bud. What the flip? Who is taking these pics? Do I cherish you? Yeah, I keep you in my locket. I think most bigger women have beautiful faces. Yeah, everyone, I'm thinking about it from a health perspective. Hence why I think most people find less larger individuals more attractive. I think it's like just an evolutionary thing built into us to think like, well, that person is taking care of themselves, therefore they are going to live longer, maybe have, a higher chance of, surviving offspring or something like that. Doesn't mean that it's always the case and everybody has different interests and that kind of thing. Don't knock them for it, but I just think everyone just, definitively probably looks substantially better the healthier they are, you know what I mean? These spaces here in your walls for everyone else you cherish. Yeah, I've got you all entombed. But there have been periods in history when larger women have been seen as more attractive. I am curious about that to the extent, and I think, I definitely think, and who knows, maybe that plays into today as well, where like, we look at the bigger ones in the past as, having wealth. So therefore they had availability of food, and maybe that plays into our sort of perspective towards bigger people now, is that the reason we perceive them maybe isn't even necessarily like an evolutionary health thing, even though I think that plays into it. It could also just be the fact that you look at someone and you just know if they're big, that that they're just having access to an abundance of food too much, and that it's a lack of discipline. It can tell you a lot about somebody's personality based on like just like the degree of shape that they're in, you know what I mean? Because now, yeah, it's like if in the past obesity equaled wealth, now obesity might just equal like lack of discipline and lack of I don't know. But at the same time, it's like if you're someone that doesn't really care about that and you want someone that's, you just don't, it's going to be someone out there for everybody, Also, sugar will blow you up, and that's in abundance. Yeah, for sure. And all the hormone disrupting, like processed foods and all that shit. My heaviest was 220, and I'm 160. Are you proud of me? Yeah, super proud of you. I mean, as long as you're staying healthy and you're not like, you don't have like an eating disorder or anything like that. Like I am, I'm happy for you, you know. Am I at my ideal weight? No, I don't think I am, honestly. I mean, before COVID, I was like 185, and now I'm like 220, and I would prefer to be, you know, back down to the 200, 195 range. Being fit isn't a sign of superiority. I didn't say it was, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. I think I think most people will be happier if they are fit. That's how I feel. That's how a lot of people feel once they get there, and their anecdotal experiences. You know, to have like, you know, and you got to live your life too in the realm of like dieting and all that kind of stuff within the fitness world. It's like you can't drive yourself absolutely mental in like a constant state of a cut. You got to live as well. But you know, you start with like the simple things. You start with like getting routinely into, you know, your exercise routines, and then you get into the routines of making better choices of prioritizing protein and unprocessed foods and all that kind of stuff, prioritizing your sleep, and you know, it all starts to fall in together, you know, eventually. I was so much happier at 200 pounds versus 250. I'm depressed and tired, not hot. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be and you see all those, you know, shows, the fucking, I don't even know, what's a show? Just make one up. It's called Lose It. And, you know, they end up losing like 100 pounds, and they're just happier, you know. How tall am I? I'm 5'10" and a half. Diet psychology never works out. All you need is to be in a calorie deficit. Yeah, true. Charlie Kirk, yeah, man. Rest in peace, brother. I eat better than any of you, work out daily, and I have a connective tissue disorder that caused me to be overweight. I can't lose the weight. It has to be sucked out via liposuction. Really? Connective tissue disorder? What is? No, sorry, just out of curiosity. I'm not judging you or anything, Christy. I just want to clarify that. I'm just curious now. We're gonna run experiments on you. You love your body, can you marry yourself? You can try. I mean, I guess you technically have been stuck with yourself since birth. Calorie deficit, yes, but women's hormones play more of an influence on weight. Yeah, for sure. I think everybody's does, especially after kids and all that. But, you know, you basically just need to determine after birth, like, what is your baseline metabolic rate. Even if it's different than it was previously, you might just have to figure out what that is. Fasting is good. You can simply avoid 200 calories by avoiding a 5-minute meal. True. We went to a steakhouse before a massive pub crawl, and then ended up in a club till about midnight when I decided to catch the last bus home. I wished the birthday boy a safe trip home, said my goodbyes to everyone else with hugs all around, and then I walked out of the club and started towards the bus station. When I checked the time on the way, I noticed that I was cutting it a bit fine, but I still thought I was going to make it. But then I remember turning a corner and seeing my bus as its stand in the distance, But then I remember turning a corner and seeing my bus at its stand in the distance, taking on the last passengers in the queue to board. I ran like the clappers trying to catch it, shouting for them to wait. But either the driver thought that I was just some mad pisshead on a tear, or he ignored me so he could stay on schedule. Because before I could even get close, the bus pulled away from the stand and drove off without me. And I was about. Would you rather own a giant cockroach that purrs or an evil dog that tries to kill you? I guess a giant cockroach would be neat. I wonder if it would carry diseases or anything like that. I wonder what the giant dog would be. Imagine a giant chihuahua that just like rips you to shit. I take phytoestrogens to hopefully retain my boobs and curves as I go through my fitness journey. Oh. Phytoestrogens to maintain your boobs. I really wouldn't try to like fuck with your hormones at all in general, let alone like while you're trying to like lose weight, because I mean you kind of just have to allow your body to sort of pull the fat from where it needs to pull it. And if you're trying to build muscle, you really don't want to like sit there and try to increase your estrogen, interfering with your general like creation of that tissue, unless I'm interpreting that wrong. Oh, it works for women? Okay, then I don't know what I'm talking about. I was absolutely gutted. Not just that I'd missed out, but I'd spent so much money on scoff and ale that I couldn't afford a taxi. If the same thing happened today, I'd be able to move some money between accounts using my banking app, or get my girlfriend to send me some and then pay using the contactless on my phone, but back then, that wasn't an option. I also didn't want to dick a driver around by being all, "Look, mate, I might have some cash at home. Will you give me a lift on the off chance I've got enough?" And so, I bit the bullet and decided to just hoof it. After hitting the road, I called my girlfriend and told her what happened. And then after she laughed and said it sounded like I'd had a good time, I asked if she had any cash on her to pay for a cab. She didn't, but when she offered to get dressed and walk to the nearest cash point, I told her not to trouble herself. She asked how long the walk would take me, and when I said about an hour and a half, she said that she'd have some food and a nice hot bath ready for me by the time I got in. I thanked her, told her I loved her, and then said I'd see her soon. Now, the first part of the walk wasn't that bad, actually. I was still quite drunk and in a really good mood after seeing all the lads, so my spirits were high as I got further away from the city center. I thought I saw a spider. In the story. You can get GLP-1 therapy now online nowadays. Yeah, I really don't trust the GLP-1 stuff, because like the one side effect they talk about, like gastroparesis, where it just like paralyzes your stomach. I don't know. Really don't like that idea, because I've heard there can be some serious side effects with like depression. And then on top of that, I hear that eventually it kind of like causes you not only to dig into your fat, but causes you to dig into your bone density and your muscle mass. So it's like those people on it, like, I don't know, they just get like deathly lean, and it's kind of like scary looking. Check the top fans on the stream. They look like they're about to have an executive meeting. Where do I even see that? Oh my god, that's so funny. Actually, we got Rick Campbell, we got two Ricks running the show, and we got Okayasu Nijimura. He's the Gundam War. I don't even know what that picture is. But then you got James. He's in his suit. Hell yeah, dude. That'd be a great council meeting. It's like somebody in a Gundam wingsuit with a bunch of like business suits. The Rictatorship. What's your opinion on female to male trans people? I'm one myself. I pass 100% as male. It's one of those things where the more that I hear about it, the more I'm like, I think prior to the involvement of any sort of like pharmaceuticals in someone's body, I definitively think most people should probably wait until their brain develops at like 18 or 21 or whatever it is to make any sort of like life-altering changes to themselves. Obviously, like, people can still be respectful to you or whatever it is in that interaction. It's just one of those things. Whenever I like listen to the detransitioner stories, I don't know if you ever heard those. A lot of them are like younger people. Like, it's kind of like they take on like a certain psychological profile of like autistic, female, from a divorced family. So there's a lot of like just different psychosocial things occurring there at once. And then, they, take the hormones, they do the surgery, there are side effects, things like that. Their voice changes forever. They might have like fertility issues, things of that nature. And then they get to like 25 and then they say to themselves like, holy shit, why did nobody stop me, kind of thing, right? And so in my mind, it's like, well, if that's something that you still want to do by the time you're 25 or 21, then, you know, who the fuck am I to tell you what to do as an adult, you know what I mean? But, you know, I'm just, you know, I don't even really understand who decided. I'm not even really sure who decided within that, like, realm of, like, gender dysphoria, like, why the gender affirming care has to be specifically XYZ, right? Because if it's sort of like a linguistic thing and maybe visual to an extent, all that kind of stuff, why can't it just be accomplished? Like, why does big pharma, right? That's my distrust. Why does big pharma have to be involved in, like, the decisions on how you treat yourself, especially if it just comes down to sort of a subjective decision overall, you know? So, and all that being said, it's mainly just to protect you in the long run, so that when you get to the point that you maybe want to continue doing that or whatever, your brain is developed, you're at a point where you're an adult, maybe you have the money to cover it, and, you know, by all means, I'm not here to interfere with another person's life. I just, you know, for the individuals that are younger, it's like you want to look out for them and protect them from a decision that could be potentially regrettable or life-changing or that kind of thing. My son is 19. There's no way he's ready for a life-changing decision like that. Right, yeah, even in that, like, as an adult, it's like, I think he needs, like, all those people, like, kind of need a large degree of guidance as well. Yeah, and I've heard, have you ever played with Ken dolls or G.I. Joes? Yeah, I mean, I probably played with both of them when I was a kid, you know what I mean? Like, for sure. And once again, I'm not here to, like, argue about any of that kind of stuff, because I don't want, yeah, I understand how, like, sensitive a topic it can be for people and their, and once again, everybody's having, like, a human experience, right? That's one thing I had heard, and it resonated with me a lot. Like, everybody's having a human experience, you know, there's a lot of individuals that, like, go through that sort of stuff, and it doesn't make any sense to them, even in the moment, even in the time that they're going through it, and yet they still feel it and think it, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And but so anytime there's any sort of, like, on the off chance somebody just, like, goes through that, and then they get to, like, 18, they get to 21, and they're just like, what was I thinking back then? At least they have the option to be like, what was I thinking back then, instead of like, fuck, now my voice sounds like Let's Read. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't want to, like, I would hate to see someone regret a decision, you know? About 40 minutes in, and still with quite a way to go, I was walking on a straight stretch of road near the women's hospital. I was whistling Don't Stop Believing myself because it had been played at almost every place we went to, when I suddenly felt my phone vibrating in my pocket. I thought it'd be my girlfriend asking, "You okay?" or "How far to go?" And while it was indeed her sending me a text, all it said was help. I hit the call button, hoping that she'd hit send too early, or a help me take the bins out when you get back kind of text. Oops. The bins. People who regret tattoos, imagine if they made a decision about surgery. Yeah, or, you know, and I mean, there's a lot of things to consider there that I just don't think is really for children, you know, to make that decision on themselves. And I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even as an adult, I don't really understand what is, I don't really know. You know what I mean? I'm not that person. It's not my experience. It's not my, like, level of whatever. It's very new, because, you know, I'm like a 35-year-old guy. It's a pretty new phenomenon, I think, to an extent, as far as, like, the prevalence that you see it nowadays. I remember back in school, there was, like, not a single person in my high school that was, like, any of the linguistic concepts of gender fluid or, you know, non-binary or, you know, whatever. You know, it was very, very abstractly different. My parents won't support my transition, so I'm saving money to get it myself. About $500. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'd say just, live your life and give yourself some time, and I mean, you can still do all the normal stuff. Or gender liquid. Yeah, I don't know, man. I want to, emphasis on informed, right? But I'm not some like hormonal clinic, or I don't know. I'm certainly not a psychologist or whatever. Like, I can't possibly wrap my head around it. But I just think all it for me, in the same way that people are like, not even once, to a particular thing, or like, say there's like one victim in like a shooting situation, so therefore you say, like, there's a lot of like well, let's protect everyone from this. I feel like in some aspects the same argument can be made in the opposing perspective, where it's like you get one person who has gone through it and then they regret it, and there are and that's what's really sad to me, is like those individuals' voices are always like shit on, right? They're always like told that they were never that thing, and blah blah blah. It's just like, it's this constant protection or like projection of the ego to sit there and say that I've got everything figured out as like a human, and like that sense of hubris. So to like sit there and support someone so strongly as they go through it initially, it almost reminds me of like a religion in certain facets, where it's like, as soon as you try to leave the religion, now, as soon as you try to leave Scientology, now you're a naughty bad doer, or you're actually an evil bigot, But it's like, if anybody has an ability to speak on those types of things, especially related to like transitioning and things like that, it certainly would be someone who detransitions, right? Because they went through it all. They had all the thoughts, they had all the things, and now all of a sudden it's like their voices are just completely cut out of the equation for whatever reason, Cheyenne Victoria with the 5 says, your channel has helped me to great sleep. I was pregnant with my son. He is 7 now. That's crazy. Congratulations, though. I'm glad he's doing good. I do have a lot of straw man. If you stick directly to my perspective, is the idea of some, once again, I've literally already listed out. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm literally just saying, like, wait, I don't understand. Like, dude, what do you want me to say? What's my favorite bug? That's good. That's a better question. I like fireflies. I can't, like, ranting about this is such a tough thing, because people just, like, if you have any, like I said, if you have any deviation from, like, the, like, fucking moist critical opinion, you're just like, it's, hey, let's pick him up and shoot him in the neck like Charlie Kirk or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's fucking, I don't know, man. Who is my, never mind, man. Never mind. I hit the call button, hoping she'd hit send too early on a help me take the bins out type of text, but I only heard one ring before she forwarded the call to voicemail. When I brought my phone down from my ear, I saw that she was typing something, and when the message came through, I started shaking like a pooing dog. Favorite candy? Definitely Reese's. Fireflies or dragonflies? Definitely fireflies for sure. You thought you were trying to get me mad? That's not the one to get me mad on, dude, because, like, people are very irrational when, like, discussing that kind of stuff, and very, very irrational. Like moths. I love moths, honestly. They're probably I probably love moths, honestly, more than butterflies. Like, I like butterflies, but they never want to chill. They never want you to hold them. They never want any of that kind of stuff. But moths always just seem chill, like they seem soft. Maybe it's because they're soft and they seem to have fur. You're 35 and have regrets even from your 20s. Yeah. Do I like Mothman? I love Mothman. He sees the future. Do I go around petting moths? I do try to catch them, and just see what they're up to. Have them send a message for me. When I brought my phone down from my ear, I saw that she was typing something, and when the messages came through, I started shaking like a pooing dog, because all they said was, "Someone's in the house. I'm under the bed." I told her to call 999. She texted back seconds later saying that she couldn't because the person inside would hear her. I texted her saying, "I'll call then," and then dialed 999 as fast as I could. I couldn't run because I needed to talk to the... Do you like green tea with honey, cinnamon, lemon? Yeah, that sounds amazing. Do you ever see Beatles fight? Yeah, don't they just try to flip each other? My dad sold my... Oh, your dad sold your comics. I'll stop talking about it, but he got me fucked up. Damn, did he give you the money for it at least? Or was it That's crazy. Why did he sell them? That's insane, honestly. It's like selling your old toy box. I changed my PFP to be blank. I no longer want to be perceived. And is that legal or... Yeah, it's fine. Sometimes you need a little break from existence. Weird to hear the character. That's funny. 'Tis I, the normal person who does the scary voice. I couldn't run. Man, my voice is fucked. Thank you for everything you do. You're welcome. Love you too. Have you heard of the Brazilian man who got 10 plastic surgeries become South Korean? I'm not gonna lie, as a gay guy, his surgeries did not go bad like Ali London's did. That's good. He looks full on Korea. He's in K-pop band now. Oh yeah, I did not get to see the blood moon eclipse. Thank you for all your hard work. You're welcome, Kit. Good to see you. Do I Google Moist Critical or regret it because the name sounds naughty? No, he's just like a normal YouTuber. He's like, hey everybody, yeah, so this poopy caca thing happened, and I'm not gonna say too much because I don't want to upset Reddit or Blue Sky or Twitter or whatever. But yeah, I can basically only allowed to ever get mad at Marvel movies, and that's pretty much it. I'm gonna go keep watching old slapboxing videos now. I couldn't run because I needed to talk to the 999 lady, but I also couldn't just walk because everything in my head was screaming at me to run. And so I'm talking to this lady and I'm going back and forth between speed walking and jogging while panting down the phone about how my girlfriend needs help. It came out in a big word vomit as well, because obviously the most important thing was telling that lady the address so she could get the police there as fast as possible. And I feel terrible saying this now, but the way that she was talking back to me was so calm that it made me really angry. I remember there was a point where I was shouting, "Please, I'm begging you, someone's in the house with her." But in reply, all she asked me was, "Can you tell me when this..." What setup do I have to record? So I really just have the H4n microphone recording into, but I built a big nest around me with blankets and shit. Pretty sweet. Do I like the Beatles? I do like some Beatles songs, honestly. There's a lot of them I do enjoy. I just I'm not really going out of my way too often to listen to the Beatles. What's the one song? I don't think it's Come Together, but isn't there like a preamble? I'm dumb. What is it? The Neumann. Damn, what is the one? Do you have any plugins? I use Marvel GEQ. I don't think so. I guess because I just record raw into the H4n and then edit it after in Sony Vegas. Just cut it all together. Plus, there's not enough bots and trolls in the world. Rage rating, we don't need to prevent. Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. I guess my issue is like sometimes I can't tell whenever someone does like have a criticism, like if they're actually like mad. And I think I'm just like sensitive to people getting mad, you know what I mean? Because I'm just a little baby bitch. And I want everyone to like me, like Moist Critical. I can't imagine the pressure that he must feel sometimes with like that level of like YouTube bullshit. Probably like sucks to like not be entirely yourself much to that extent, I guess. You like Speed Stick? Dude, I hate the deodorant that like clogs your fucking shit. I like the Old Spice stuff that's like blue goop. The more aluminum in my system, the better. What was the one song by the Beatles like dun 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 dun. Trying to be a clanker. I honestly would not. Oh yeah, Eleanor Rigby. Yeah, the Eleanor Rigby, All the Lonely People. Yeah, that I really like that song. There probably will come a time on YouTube when clanker is a banned word. Avoid hanging out with other YouTube creators. They seem to be where things go wrong. Yeah, I don't know. People will just like start to hate each other. Like I think about like those like Minecraft people. Like they all seem like they like at one point they would just like make up lies about each other. It seemed like just to get like a leg up because they knew that their audience is so fucking volatile. You know what I mean? That they know they can just like say some shit and everybody's gonna be jumping on it, ready to fuck up their day. Do I like working with Mr. Ballin? Yeah, Mr. Ballin's awesome. I mean, I don't know him, but you know, I'm sure he's rocks. He's got a big bag of rocks. Do 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 do. What's a clanker? It's like a AI robot. It's like basically the mean thing people are going to call robots whenever they eventually integrate into society. It's like preemptive robot racism. Don't explain it. Oh, okay, sorry. Big back. Sonomi. Do I like the Beatles? I do, yep. I remember there was a point where I was shouting, "Please, I'm begging you, someone's in the house with her." But in reply, all she asked me was, "Can you tell me what this person looks like?" In just the most nonchalant voice you can imagine. I lost my temper a bit and shouted, "Course I bloody don't, because I'm not effing there, am I? Just get someone out here, please, I'm literally begging you." But all she said to that, in the same deadpan voice, was something like, "I understand you're upset, but I've got to ask these questions for officers, okay? They're on the way to your address as we speak." And when I asked how long they'd be, she wouldn't give me an exact time. She just said no more than a couple of minutes because they had a unit in the area. I asked her to promise me that they were going as fast as they could, and then when she did, I thanked her, said I had to go, and then hung up. I stopped to fire off one last text, asking my girlfriend if she was okay, and then started legging it down the road. I kept my phone in my hand, hoping it'd quickly vibrate with her reply, and then the longer it stayed quiet, the more scared I got. I played a lot of football back then, so I was pretty fit, but all that beer and sambuca in my stomach meant that it wasn't... Sambuca. Twist and shout. I like Tom Petty. I remember the song in the GTA 6 trailer. I really like that song. And I'm sure there's other ones, but Tom Petty's one of those guys I just don't think about too much. How do you reach number 1 again? Did I peak? Oops. What did I click? I clicked... Fuck. I think Rick Irv and Okayasu are number 1 because they donated. Not saying you guys had to donate or anything. It's just, I think that's how they add up all the points, is just like real life. You can pay your way to the top. They're like Dig Bar. I've never heard of it. Joel may not be pregnant, but he never fails to deliver. True. Off topic, but yesterday I asked AI to give me dating advice if it was Jim Morrison. Very trippy. That's funny. What did it say? Do I like Tame Impala or Noel Gallagher's High Flying Birds, or of Mice and Men and Bob Moses? I like Tame Impala. I'm not sure I'm familiar with the other people. Funny. Do I like funny impreg art? What's that? Like sonic inflation? Babes Mariba, thank you for the 5 gifters. Welcome Mike, Andy Malice, Kit, Norma McGuire, and Sarah Covarrubias. You're about the guy who killed his mom because AI told him to. I think I did not know. What happened? I tried fighting it because I couldn't afford to stop, so when it came, the first round of vomit streamed down the front of my nice white shirt. I spat the rest out and kept on running, but once I'd started, I couldn't stop, and a sudden stomach spasm had me slowing to stop before I lurched over and puked again. I knew I had to get it all out, so I made sure to heave until my stomach felt empty, and once it did, I picked myself up and got ready. Oh my gosh. Bob Moses? I don't know, I'm not familiar with... Does he have a famous song I might know? You ever broken a door because of your muscles? Like I flexed one time. Broken a door? Like from throwing it closed or something? I don't think so. I knew I had to get it all out, so I made sure to heave until my stomach felt empty, and once it did, I picked myself up and got ready to run again. But then I suddenly saw a light shining out to me in the distance. And at the time, it felt like it was light shining down from heaven. It was the light on top of a hackney cab, saying it was vacant and on for a job, and when I saw it, an idea struck me. I could flag it down, explain the situation, and then swear on my mother's life that I'd get him the fare that I owe him if he just got me home to my girlfriend. At the time, I couldn't imagine anyone kicking me out of their cab after hearing that, so as the light got closer, I started jumping up and down and waving my arms till I saw his turn signal start flashing. The driver pulls his cab over, and I noticed that he had his passenger window open, so I'm thinking, explain to him there, then... Derek, good luck, dude, with the night shift, bro. You got it, bro. I couldn't imagine. Oh my god, I'm so checked out, man. Is there any update on the D4VD situation? What's that? D4VD. Should you be condescending? No, man. Reminds me of that Rampage Jackson clip where he absolutely demolished a door. Oh yeah, I remember that one. That's funny. You're pretty into Rivals, want to hop on? Honestly, I don't. I really don't like Marvel Rivals anymore, and I haven't played it for like months, and I don't know. I don't really think I ever will. Again. I'm sure you met a lot of big back nurses. Oh yeah, there's some absolute battle axes out there. Mike Archangel, welcome to the Buttersuck Call. You now have access to bonus content. Or no, thank you for the gifters. Jeez, my brain's so broken. Derek Stamey, PewDiePanda, Dust Bunny, Siri, and El Mecco, welcome friends. How do people receive that? I think they have to turn it on in their settings first, and then it's just kind of random. Can non-femme boys paint their nails black? What's your opinion, Joel? Non-femme boys. Oh, like gothic guys or something like that? I remember, what's his name? Didn't Corpse Husband used to paint his nails black all the time? Wasn't that like a perma? I don't know if he was femme or what he was. Clanker is a derogatory term for a separatist battle droid. That is true. That's where it all started, was Star Wars. So if you want to get mad at anybody, they can get mad at Disney and LucasArts. I think men should be able to paint their nails even if they're straight. What if they painted it and the nail stuff seeped in and it made them gay, like the frogs? At the time, I couldn't imagine anyone kicking me out of their cab after hearing that, so as the light got closer, I started jumping up and down and waving my arms till I saw his turn signal start flashing. The driver pulls his cab over, and I noticed that he had his passenger window open, so I'm thinking, explain to him there, and then jump into the back when I get to the go. Oh my God. I sound like a guy I used to play Warzone with, yeah. I never played Call of Duty, sadly. Well, I played it, but I haven't played it in years. Shit sucks. I'm mad at Charlie for doing this today. Now Joel is really upset. I'm not, I'm just worried that our country's going to devolve into civil war, and I'm devastated at the fact that, like, a father, won't go home to see his kids because some psychopath found that his life was better taken from him than it's so surreal. I guess that's what's so weird about it. It's like a guy who does speeches about the most generic conservative politics ever just had a bullet shoot into his neck and he bled to death today in my country, and I guess I was unaware of like the assassination of the people in Minnesota, which, like, why didn't we hear about that one? That's kind of fucking crazy. Did they do something? Was there something that they did that dissented from some, like, power group structure? Like, what was the deal with that? Joe, I've heard you say a few times you love EDM, but I don't remember you talking about any favorite EDM artists. Have any? Like I told you, I love that Secede group. Or, well, it's not a group, but it's just, one individual man. Secede and Kettle. Have you seen many countries are trying to overthrow the corrupt governments? Yeah, I don't know, man. That kind of, I just can't imagine that occurring in the United. Well, I don't even know how that would pan out. Like, there's so many just like power structures and money, and it's like, where does that stuff even start? And how do you expect that, like, the chaos that you cause at the beginning isn't just like permitted, and then once you cause the necessary chaos, they come and just sort of expand the police state? Because that's all I ever see in history is, like, whenever there's some sort of quote-unquote revolution, all you get at the end is like some type of like totalitarian style government. Whereas I guess I look at places that like declare their independence, the best part for them is the fact that they're just so fucking far away from the totalitarian government that it can just start from fucking square one. A little bit. What about all the people in the same country who are being mistreated and killed by fake police? Wait, where's that? What about all the people in this same country who are being mistreated and killed by fake police? There's fake police out there? I don't know, I'm not familiar. It's fucked. What if I just say everything bad is bad? Can I say that? Guys, bad stuff is bad, good stuff is good. It all sucks if it's bad. It's almost 3 a.m. I just want to say thank you for all your videos. I go to sleep to you every night. Your voice is so calming even when the stories aren't. Thank you for putting the effort and time. You're welcome, Lorena. Thank you, thank you. You think Kim Jong-un will die soon and things will be fixed someday? I don't know, man. I've heard people say that in many ways, like China, like if North Korea operates as like a proxy for China, it's almost like in China's benefit to keep it some sort of like totalitarian state there. And then, I don't know, maybe they'll adopt them in, who knows? That's a lot of people in North Korea to sort of assimilate to like, from what they've gone through into any other culture. It might be almost impossible. Do you think Kim Jong-un will die of obesity? Probably someday, you know. I think he's what, in his 40s or something, 30s? So he's probably at that ripe old age where he has his first like myocardial infarction. You thought bad was good? Well, they just changed it. Apparently good is bad now. The driver pulls his cab over and I notice that he had his passenger window open, so I'm thinking, explain to him there, then jump into the back when I get the go-ahead. But I'll never forget the look on his face when he saw me up close. He looked well and truly disgusted, and then I remembered how I was absolutely drenched in my own sick. And he thought that I was just some lone pisshead having puked all over myself, and while I suppose that was technically the truth, it obviously wasn't the whole story. Now I'm screaming, no, wait. And as he drove off, and then he sped off into the distance, all I wanted to do was scream at the top of my lungs. I didn't. It was a waste of time and energy, and since I've wasted enough puking up my guts and trying to flag down a cab, I got running again, as fast as I could, and I didn't stop until I could see flashing blue police lights outside my house. It was a relief to know that they were actually on their way, like the 999 operator said, but I still don't know if my girlfriend was actually okay or not. And since she hadn't replied to say, imagine being like under your bed, hiding from someone that breaks in your house, and all your boyfriend has to say is, "You okay? You okay yet? I'm gaming with the boys." What do you do later to recover from feeling this? Like, what will you do for your self-care? Oh my god. What? You're trolling. I actually feel good. But for some reason, every time you say it, it makes me feel bad. I don't know why. What's going on with that? Mrs. Asia W., thank you for joining the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Appreciate you. I watched a video today about the death of Stalin. His guards were afraid to check on him for 14 hours. That's fear. Yeah, and it's like those types of fear governments also don't really run themselves, and I feel like are even more easily like manipulated. The sweeping changes all come from like one point of power. Lorena, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. I do sound kind of sad. Maybe I'm just tired. I mean, we've been going for 3.5 hours, and do you have another job, or is this your full-time job? This is my full-time job. This and podcast. Thank God. Elter Skelter, welcome to the Buttersock Call. Do you now have access to bonus content? Addicted to cereal? What are you having? Wait, did someone say there was protein Oreos earlier? What's the deal with that? And since she hadn't replied to the "you okay" text that I sent before I started running, I had this terrible feeling that she wasn't. I ran up to my door and unlocked it, then as soon as it was open, I started calling out my girlfriend's name at the top of my lungs as I ran through this. Okay, where's the police? I ran to the... Didn't they say you saw the lights outside the house? Joe, once I'm a famous YouTuber, I will give you $1 billion like Mr. Beast. Thank you, dude. Can I have $2 billion? It was so weird whenever I saw somebody like asking if like Mr. Beast was a billionaire, and he just like was kind of like, well, it was like he was low-key bragging, but he like clearly had like potentially $1 billion worth of just assets maybe or something. I don't know. It was just, that must be such a fucking weird, I don't know. It's gotta be so weird. There's really no coming back to being normal after being like that wealthy. I might have PTSD from seeing the violence today. I mean, it keeps like replaying in my head. Like every time I like think he's just sitting there like having a normal conversation with somebody, and then all of a sudden he's just like, and like his fucking like neck explodes, you know what I mean? And like, it's just so real. It's just like, it was so real, right? And I don't know. I just hate the fact that we have to like, well, I guess there's a lot of shit that you kind of have to just, yeah. Oh, I just hope it doesn't continue. I hope there's not like some planned process in which to like completely usurp the United States and just implode it from the inside out. And I mean, if people could just fucking control their emotions and see that the fact that the media is just there to like cause you to do things like this, if it even is someone that was politically motivated and not just like some external power structure. But how would you even know that until but I mean, are you really going to trust what the fucking FBI says whenever they finally catch the person? I don't know, man. They never tell us the truth. We'll never know the truth about fucking And also, it's so unsettling. That's the last word I ever said was violence. Yeah, right. Like it was almost trying to like time it up with something. I don't know, man. I gotta send you this video on Instagram. It perfectly calls this out as part of a psyop. Yeah, I'd be curious to hear it just to see what their thought is. Because I mean, honestly, if you think about it, if the goal is to get everybody to consider that it was like leftist violence, against the right, then the secondary goal would be then to continue said violence in the oppositional perspective, which I hope it doesn't. But you need to nip this in the bud immediately, you know what I mean? Otherwise, it's like this can create a cascade of events. In the same way I was terrified, like that's why like whenever like fucking dickheads like Destiny and like other people like cheer Donald Trump like almost getting assassinated, it's like you don't understand. Like you may not like a person, but the second that like political violence breaks out, especially on that like level, it creates a ripple effect that doesn't fucking stop until like everything is on fire. You know what I mean? And it's just, and we're already kind of going down that. It does feel in many ways very forced, almost curated in some fashions, because I do genuinely believe most people are just like, oh, I don't fucking want to do that. But I don't know. I feel like if you breed if you kind of condition the public's mind into thinking that like this back and forth violence on the political stage is normal, then once you sort of give them the next catalyst, what's the next catalyst? The next event is going to be something where like the power goes out or all the banks go dead. And then everybody's kind of conditioned to not getting along as neighbors. And then now it's chaos, and then you can come in and sweep up and change things how you want and switch up the hierarchy. And I don't know. It's just terrifying. Maybe I'm thinking too black-pilled, but I didn't get to stay long, but I got to sleep and take some content photography tomorrow. I love you all in the chat. Joel, keep it up, brother. Have a good night. Thanks, Jade. Good to see you. I had to rewatch the video multiple times just to desensitize my brain. I don't even know if watching it over and over again is like necessarily good. I feel like I don't know. I felt sick. How about storming the Capitol? That was disturbing. Yeah, it all is. I don't advocate for any of it. It's like all of the riots in the summer that would cost like $40 billion, 40 lives. That sort of like event of, anything politically motivated like that. Jesus, fuck. And this sort of, and the thing is, you have to like set aside the whole like whataboutism type thing, because if you create the whataboutism, you start to like slowly impress into your mind psychologically that like, well, that side did something bad, so I'm actually justified by being bad, which is honestly probably to some degree, if it was some sort of like leftist assassination on Charlie, then that type of psychology has already worked on that individual, in the sense that they sat there and thought, well, he could potentially turn the nation into a Holocaust Nazi world, so therefore I got to take him out early. And I feel like that line of thinking is just like such a slippery slope of psychopathy and retardation. It's just like, it's got to stop. It's like you got to stop thinking in left and right terms. Otherwise, you're gonna get absorbed by it, and you're gonna get radicalized, and it's just insane. The riots were overblown. Where are you getting news from? You sound a bit right wing. I mean, $40 billion. Like, what the fuck do you mean overblown? I don't think people were having a great time at those things, and there were lives lost, So, I mean, I literally just sat there and covered both sides, but whatever you want to think, I don't fucking give a shit. I really don't care. Most political violence is done by right-wingers, even violence against right-wingers done by... I mean, dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, genuinely don't know what you're talking about. You're just, like, saying words. Like, what the fuck just happened right now? What just literally happened to fucking day? Jesus Christ. I ran up to my door and unlocked it. Then, as soon as it was open, I started calling out my girlfriend's name at the top of my lungs as I ran for the stairs. But I hadn't even touched the bottom step before a policeman appeared from the living room and said, "It's all right, mate. She's in here. Everything's fine." He said, "Everything's fine," but he meant nobody's hurt, because my girlfriend was anything but fine when I saw her. The police had only been there a few minutes, so she was still in these floods of tears from all the fear, but also the relief of those two policemen having arrived when they did. She ran up and tried to give me this big hug when I walked into our living room, but then we had this really quite surreal moment of her stopping dead when she saw the state of me. She had tears in her eyes, snot coming out of her nose, and she pointed at my shirt and asked, "Is that puke?" I explained I vomited on myself when I'd been running home to help her, and then got her crying again. She later said it was because she realized how helpless I must have felt, and she was exactly right. I've never felt so powerless in my entire life. After changing my shirt and giving myself a little baby wipe bath, I went back downstairs and made a cup of tea for me and my girlfriend. She hadn't fully explained to the police how everything had happened yet, because the first thing they did when they got there was search the house to make sure it was safe, and that meant that I got there. There's finger pointing, and then there's stating simple facts. I mean, like, I don't know why me stating, like, property damage and lives lost in the name of a cause that had a unifying cause is somehow, like... I mean, I literally just got done saying we had to be careful about falling into, like, whataboutisms, but you're literally just, like, baiting it into that perspective that, like, one side is correct and one side's not. Like, any sort of aspect of, like, politically motivated violence... I mean, any violence at all. I mean, Jesus fuck, I don't know. I really feel like I'm, like, speaking logically here, but I don't know if you're not gonna, like, if you're gonna attempt to just be, like, purposefully obtuse about all of it. I mean, sure, go ahead and exist in your, like, echo chamber of shit. Neither side is great, but one side is significantly more violent. Facts. I mean, as far as I'm viewing, it's like, where did it all start? Like, all that shit is, like, I mean, literally I saw today, I mean, first off, the supposedly the previous president of the United States, like, was almost assassinated. 2 people died behind him. I mean, I don't know, man. And then you see some dude's fucking, like, neck explode today, and you're just gonna sit here and say, like, right-wingers do all the violence. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if you're interpreting reality the same way that I do. It's kind of sad. She hadn't fully explained to the police how everything had happened yet, because the first thing they did when they got there was search the house to make sure it was safe, and that meant that I got to be there when she told them the full story. Not long after I called her to tell her that I was going to be late, my girlfriend was in the kitchen making us a bit of food when she suddenly heard a noise coming from the window in her back pantry. It was only quite a soft sound, so she thought that it might have been one to... I mean, I will concede that, yeah, the motivations, the supposed motivations for the guy in Butler, Pennsylvania, he wasn't like a left-wing individual. Are you okay? A man who thought empathy was a myth died today. A horrible piece of shit died. All right, dude, just shut the fuck up. Like, literally shut the fuck up. Like, how am I supposed to fucking... like, this is what I'm saying, dude. Like, how are you gonna sit here and justify blood splurting out of Charlie Kirk's neck till he's fucking dead is justified? Like, go fuck yourself. I'm so fucking sick of people like you. This is the shit that literally leads to these kind of events, is you justifying the death of people. Like, just fucking go away. Leave society. Leave everyone alone. Like, all you do is just fucking say insane shit all the fucking time. This justification, like, Jesus fuck, dude. Like, justifying violence, man. Justifying violence because of some hypothetical words that people have said. Like, sure, you might disagree, but the fact that you say he's a horrible piece of shit and he deserves to die, you're crazy. You're fucking crazy. You're generally a fucking crazy person. You're fucking crazy. Take your fucking meds. Go away. Political violence is not fucking good in any it's so disgusting. It's so fucking disgusting. It sucks, man. It sucks because it's just going to get worse because, like, people can't fucking think, man. People can't. It can't. There's no way. It was only quite a soft sound, so she thought that it might have been one of the stray cats she loved to feed, having smelled bacon on the grill. But when she walked into the back, she saw that it wasn't a cat climbing through the window. It was a man, and he was squeezing himself through. She said that he already had... I don't know, man. There's so many people. There's just so many people that sit there and justify it because they don't like the words that they said. And to them, it's really strange. There's so many individuals that genuinely think that if words are said, it's somehow going to escalate to violence. So in their mind, it's like, well, we might as well escalate things to violence to stop hypothetical violence. It's just, I fucking can't, man. I can't listen to these people. I can't ever agree with them. They'll sit there and tell you that they are the moral ones. They have the moral high ground while they watch someone, a father, bleeding to death from their neck on a stage from a sniper. Like check yourself in, bro. Check yourself into a fucking loony bin. Like, it's crazy. I'm sorry. I don't know. If empathy is important to you as you claim, then demonstrate it towards those you disagree with, because empathy is useless unless it's extended to everyone. Yeah, they say empathy. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So their empathy is being excited about your death. Like, just think about that justification. How many other aspects of political violence has been justified in the past because of some narrative in which they paint the other individual out to be terrible, right? So it justifies the killing of them. And that's what it's been. That's what it's been non-fucking stop. This, like, political dehumanization. People cannot have conversations with each other. People cannot have conversations with each other. They dehumanize each other, and then it leads to violence. Because once words are gone, once you're not even human to a person, and once they can't even articulate why they disagree with you on something, that's when violence breaks out. And I don't know, it just fucking sucks, man. She said he was already head and shoulders through when... Head and shoulders. She said he was already head and shoulders through when she found him, and while he was wearing a ski mask type thing so she could only see his eyes, she said they practically lit up when he saw her. She thought that he might slither back out and run off once she caught him, but seeing her only seemed to make him even more determined to squeeze his way through, and that's when she ran upstairs to hide under the bed. She said that she could hear him from... She said that she could hear him from her hiding place, going from room to room, but he wasn't searching for phones or laptops or game consoles. He wasn't interested in any of that. He was interested in her. She told the police about texting me and how she'd remembered something about how deaf people can use a 999 text service. She tried... Fuck. They only have empathy for themselves, yet they praise the killing of the ones who don't agree with them, but they are the tolerant ones still. Yeah, exactly. It's like, that is called cognitive dissonance. Like when you can somehow hold one perspective, but then maintain a completely contradictory perspective at the same time. Like, how can you have empathy whenever, you're calling for the death of someone else? It's just... And that's the goal, right? Those kind of conversations there, that is the goal of the media for so long, right? Is to just convince us that we are enemies, to convince us that someone dying is a good thing. It's no different than like gang warfare. It's no different than the tribalism that's existed since the dawn of man. Like, it's just... It's not tolerant. It's not a tolerant level of thinking, but they consider themselves so fucking tolerant. It blows my mind, and it's sickening. It truly is sickening. Crazy Frog, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Hootie, the important thing I want to know is how's Pradeep, and have you given him kisses today? Yeah, I give him so many kisses all the time. I don't know where he's hiding right now. He might be upstairs, but thank you, Hootie, for the 5, and thank you, Crazy Frog. I feel apathetic about it. It probably just hasn't fully processed for me. I mean, that's fair. I think it was just the video and like seeing that, because when I saw it pop up on the news, it said Charlie Kirk was shot at, and I thought, oh, well, people are crazy and they do crazy stuff. But then it was like, then someone sent me the video and I saw him just doing a speech and blood pouring out of his throat, and I'm just like, holy fuck. This is like way more real than I realize it's real. This has the potential to continue. It's a potential to get to you guys. It's a potential to get to everyone if it's allowed to continue. If this, and we just like, if there's people you see that think this way, you have to let them know. Like, they just cannot keep thinking this way. No matter what your political position is, otherwise it's just like we're going to be in chaos, and whatever we perceive the United States being is not going to be the same thing by the end of it. She told the police about texting me and how she'd remembered something about how deaf people can use a 999 text service. She tried that, but didn't know that you had to register before you could use it, so none of her texts got a reply. Then by the time I texted her asking if she was okay, the man who broke in was so close she was scared he'd hear her thumbs tapping her phone screen if she tried replying, so she stopped altogether. She said that she was so scared she barely even breathed when he walked into our bedroom. She just laid there on her front, hand over her mouth, watching his black trainers stepping around our carpet very softly, like he was trying to creep up on wherever she was hiding. She said that gave her hope at first, how she saw that you have to eliminate the "I'm sorry he died, but I'm right." This is exactly what the convicted do when they address the court and victims. They say, "I'm sorry, but," right? justified in their psychopathy. I mean, is that not, like, to have this perspective that someone deserved to die based on differing opinions, is that not, like, sociopathy? Is that not psychopathy? Is that not, like, some level of something wrong with someone? So impressed with your... Oh, thanks. Appreciate you, yeah. I mean, I know, like, listen, I don't know, man. When I was growing up, there was emphasis on tolerance. You don't like others, but you have to tolerate. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just became amplified, you know? It became amplified once Trump got in. It got amplified with him. He's basically I guess if the media is the fire, he's just the guy that when he talks, he spits gasoline onto that fire, I suppose. And so they just feed off of each other, this endless burning. And it's like we're the victims who are in the house essentially just dealing with this like massive fire as it consumes our building. And I don't know, we just got to put that fucking fire out, man. Opinion on the tariffs, I wouldn't be able to. I really wouldn't be able to speculate on the tariffs. I think we briefly talked about it on a previous stream, talking to ChatGPT about it, but I don't fucking know. She said that gave her hope at first, how she saw that as a sign he didn't know where she was yet. But after walking around the room a bit, the man stopped dead and stayed still, facing the bed. My girlfriend said that she thought that was it, that he was about to reach under the bed, drag her out kicking and screaming, and then do God knows what to her. But instead, the man started laughing, softly at first, but then it grew into this almost childish giggle. She kept waiting for him to pounce and started planning how she was going to bite him and scratch him, anything to keep him off her. But instead of lunging for her, he walks towards her dresser and then towards the mirror. He stayed at the mirror for a second, and my girlfriend thought that he was sort of looking at himself or something. But when they both heard the police sirens, he bolted out of our bedroom, ran down the stairs, and escaped out the back door, which is how the police got inside to look for my girlfriend. It was only when she was sure that it was police and not a trick by the man looking for her that she came out of hiding and made herself known. But when she saw something written on our bedroom mirror, she said that she burst into tears. He'd used one of her lipsticks to write 3 little words, "I found you." Like it was some sick game that he was playing for kicks. She said that she couldn't give them much of a description because all she'd seen properly were her eyes and were his eyes. Andrew with the 5s. They talk about tolerance when Muslims do Friday prayer in London Bridge, but they call for priests to be arrested for public praying. Yeah, I'm not in the UK, and I have no fucking clue what's going on out there, man. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, no. I don't know. You got a question? Go ahead. Pat's Nation, what's up, dude? Can we change topics? Yeah, guys, let's talk about not politics for a bit. I'm sorry to get everybody wound up. It's definitely something that like consumes my mind too, but I mean, like, ever since I've been young, it's like I realize I get so consumed by it. It's almost like you get addicted to it. If I'm being completely frank, you get addicted to the because like being angry, I think is just as addictive as, I think it might be more addictive than being happy. You know, it's kind of like video games. When you lose bad, it's like infuriating, but when you win, you feel like nothing. You know. So I think, I don't know, that's what politics is. But I mean, obviously today's discussion was well beyond just the concept of politics and its actual and violent insanity, but moved to Mexico. I don't know, was it fun? Is it cool there? Seems chill. Seems like we're turning into it slowly. I'm so stressed about moving to Tulsa. My dad's selling my comics. I'm supposed to take this girl to the zoo on Friday. I'm calling the bookstore in the morning to see if they have Star Wars comics. Yeah, I wonder if you can buy them back from him. Like, let him know that you didn't... Like, why did he just sell your shit without you talking about it? I need a new addiction. I'm addicted to tofu summer rolls with peanut sauce, but I need a new addiction. Suggestions. Tofu peanut sauce. Maybe like Subway subs. She said she couldn't give them much of a description because all she'd seen properly were his eyes and his trainers, and even then, she couldn't be sure what his color. And even then, she couldn't be sure what color his eyes were, only that his trainers had been black Nikes with a dark red swoosh. The police said that it could actually be really helpful, and she might be surprised how often people get caught because of what shoes they're wearing. And that gave us hope that the person might be found and arrested, but after... excuse me. I don't know, man. Lisa's dad sold it. My parents gave all my stuff away for free without me even knowing. I had a huge DVD collection, same book collection. That is crazy when parents do that. I mean, Jesus Christ, at least, especially for those like more collectible items, not just like some simplistic baby toys or something. Like, at least talk to me before you give away my Funko Pops. You're scared of me right now? What's that? I'm a bad man. Bad man. Jersey Mike's or Subway or Jimmy John's? What if Jersey Mike's and Jimmy John's explored each other's bodies? I like Jersey Mike's is really good. I mean, I love all of it, honestly, but I think Jersey Mike's might be the best out of those. Would you rather eat pizza with a chill furry? Oh, I was like a chili. I was thinking it was like, okay, a chill furry. Or moldy pizza with Chuck E. Cheese mascot. Probably a chill furry. I don't know if I want mold on my pizza. Didn't you guys tell me last time that the Chuck E. Cheese mascot was arrested or something? I didn't know he was a real giant mouse. Yeah, I'm eating pizza with Roki. Where's Roki been? I haven't seen him in a while. My mom got rid of my SNES and I was pissed. And then my 64, I'll never let it die. That's scary. Can't believe they just get rid of shit. Dude, I went to the Tropical Smoothie Cafe for the first time months ago in a Bahama Mama bowl, and it was so freaking good. I was something about the Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Is there nothing around you that maybe makes similar stuff? You should make it yourself, though. Imagine how good that would be. Chuck E. Cheese is a rat. He's a downright dirty rat. That gave us hope that the person might be found and arrested, but after weeks and weeks of hearing nothing about it back, we called the number that we'd been given to be told that there had been no progress whatsoever. I wasn't surprised because, despite being outwardly very hopeful for my girlfriend's sake, I didn't expect much from the police. I'm not saying that they don't work hard at their jobs, but without fingerprints or DNA, and without any real description to go on, there wasn't much that they could do except advise us to keep our windows all closed and locked at night. But that's just the thing. My girlfriend hadn't just left the back window open. It was November, so it wasn't... I should make it myself because the thing was like $10, so worth it. Yeah, dude, that'd be sick. Wonder how hard. I feel like you could get like some sort of ninja blender. You know what I mean? Like one of those blenders that like make the ice and then, well, I don't even know. I guess you would need all the fruit and shit. Would you marry an inanimate object? Which one? Like a big dildo you sit on? Does anyone have $1 on Cash App? What are you going to buy on Cash App? I had all the best series too. Breaking Bad, Friends, The Office, Supernatural, most of my DVD. Damn. See, that's what you need to do. Probably all the good shit is at like yard sales. Joe, what do you think about Goodwill raising the prices? I've seen a YouTube short about a girl found 3 strawberry plates being sold for $64 at Goodwill when they're only $10 on eBay. Huh. Yeah, I wonder how they determine their prices. That seems kind of insane. Goodwill's kind of bullshit, though. I mean, apparently it's not even like... Well, I don't know. I've heard that it's not even really anything good or Will related. I don't even think Will owns it. The girlfriend hadn't just left the black window open. It was November, so it was bloody freezing out. She literally only opened it minutes before she put the bacon on, so the smell of it wouldn't build up in the kitchen. And that's what makes us think that either A, she was extremely unlucky and opened the window just in time for some creeper to pick his moment to peek over our back wall, or B, whoever tried climbing through the window had been watching her as he opened the window. As he opened the window? I didn't realize she gifted him away at... Oh. I don't know. She literally opened it minutes before she put the bacon on, so the smell of it wouldn't build up in the kitchen, and that's what makes us think that either A, she was extremely unlucky and opened the window just in time for some creeper to pick his moment to pick over our back wall. Fucking Christ, dude, I cannot... Am I gonna get timed out for asking Joel if he'll be okay? I don't understand why you keep asking it, dude. I'm fine. It's like, and I don't know if you're trolling. Just say if you're trolling. It's weird. The person is trolling. You just sound really not fine. No, I'm fine. I mean, we've discussed everything we've discussed tonight, and you know, I did sound like a dummy, you know, by equating one side of the violence to the inappropriate side, and I apologize for that. But at the same time, to sit there, like, let's look at their logic. To sit there and pretend like there hasn't been an innate or an insane amount of like politically motivated like actions over the course of the past decade, you know, possibly attributed to like one side, but then you know, and just completely ignore your other side based on like your biases, and then justify all of that by saying today's death was like justified. It's stuff that like that. Like I really do wonder if it's all just bots, because I cannot imagine a real human being in life just being okay with that shit without them like having some degree of something wrong with their brain. Anyways, fart on the mic. All right, guys, we're switching it over to the fart in the mic section of the stream. The summer of love, yeah. I mean, like, I remember the data. $40 billion of damage is fucking 40 dead people. And obviously there's, I don't know. It's fucked. All of it's fucked. She literally oh my god. She literally only opened it minutes before she put the bacon on, so the smell of it wouldn't build up in the kitchen, and that's what makes us think that either A, she was extremely unlucky and opened the window just in time for some creeper to pick his moment to peek over our back wall, or B, Whoever tried climbing through that window had been watching her as he opened the window and realized she'd gifted him a way in. Both options made me feel sick to think about and meant that we didn't mind shelling for some extra locks on the front and back doors. We're also mega vigilant about open windows now, even in the daytime during the summer, and my girlfriend, now my wife, never ever keeps them open at night when she's alone, not even during summer heat waves. It can get to be a pain in the butt sometimes, but don't get me wrong. Fucking shite. You need to know? What do you need to know? I don't mean to bring it up again, but I'm just worried for your mental is all. If you're actually fine, I'll drop it. I mean, I am fine. Objectively, I am A-okay. I told you my problems. My problem was some financial issues with a business that I've operated that I am figuring out. I'm not in some sort of detriment. I'm not in some sort of GoFundMe situation. It's just I trusted somebody and they, are dumb. And then today's, politically motivated assassination really fucked with my brain. And then seeing people's reactions to it fucked with my brain a lot more. And objectively speaking, like, it's just a day in the fucking neighborhood, you know what I mean, overall. Because nothing is really necessarily bad happening to me. It's just, but I mean, even just the fact that I even allowed myself to get into the political realm of, like, discussion, like, I do believe it's healthy to discuss those things, but obviously it's sometimes not so healthy to, like, get into arguments with people because it's just stupid. You can legally fight that guy in a gladiator battle, Joel. That's true. You guys have to set it up. People always want to do boxing matches, but what about sword and shield? What do you hate? Do you hate blue cheese and pineapple on pizza too? No, I don't mind it, I guess. Pineapple, I like pizza. It just has to be fresh. And I'm not too certain about blue cheese. I wouldn't mind blue cheese, but there's a part of me that's not a massive blue cheese guy. It can get to be a pain in the bum sometimes, don't get me wrong, but it's worth it to know that rainbow cheese. Can they do that, I wonder? But it's worth it to know that same horrible scenario won't play itself out again, because I'm not sure my nerves could stand another go. Imagine ripping in a closet and making all your friends just inhale it. That's low-key fire. Low-key fire, dude. Alright. How much more we got left? 2 more. 2 more. You're staying up till 4 a.m. I mean, I don't want to, but, gotta get my job done here and get locked in. You know what's even more effed up now because of what happened to Charlie in these stories? Now people will be scared walking home alone because of political police. I don't know. It's gotta be weird for, like, political commenters to, like if I was a political content creator right now, whoever I was, left or right, like, I would be a little scared that there would be, like, some copycats or, like, some sort of normalization of the violence, because, like, so many of people are like, I'm just waiting for the revolution, so, like, as soon as they hear the gunshot to open fire, like, I mean, there might be individuals that on the domestic level that do some crazy shit, and that'd be really scary. But thank you for the 129 SEKs. When are you gonna end the stream? I gotta go sleep. Oh yeah, no worries. I've still got like 2 more stories to go. Do chickpeas mess with my stomach? I don't really know. I feel like I haven't really had them in I don't know how long. Look at me walking in full body armor. Well, yeah. They need a fucking like neck, like full SWAT shit. Jesus Christ. Would you rather fart in a cup and smell it or drop a dumbbell on your foot? Probably if it's my own fart, I really wouldn't care. Just smell my own fart. Is my computer clock still ahead? Yeah, it says 3:28, even though I think it's 3:24. For some reason, it's 4 minutes ahead. Don't eat gay cheese. Are you creating it in your lab? My favorite Jell-O flavor? I feel like the red one came to mind, but so did the orange one. So did the green one. And blue. Have you had blue? Ooh, purple. Oh my god, yellow. So I have a scar, a really obvious one too, running almost horizontal in line with my cheekbone under my eye. It gets a lot of attention from certain people who sometimes ask how I got it, but instead of telling the truth, I always make something up like I got it after a bad fall when I used to skate. Now, I'm not that... Oops. What sucks is the majority don't even take the time to inform themselves before forming an opinion. I agree with that, but I think the scariest ones are the ones that like will hear data points, will hear information, and just absolutely refuse to even consider it, you know? Like just say things are like overblown, you know what I mean? Just like immediately like cast it off to the side because it like, you know, doesn't work into their worldview or whatever. Which I get, like I understand where that is, but that's such a dangerous line of thinking because then you just, by existing in that sort of cult-like mentality, you're very comfortable with just accepting the negative aspects of your side, even if it is, you know, potentially dangerous. Fun fact, you can make crunch from shortcake ice cream with golden Oreos and strawberry jello and vanilla pudding. Zam. I want to hear a story about how confidently dumb I am. Yeah, tell me one. Your girlfriend doesn't trust stats at all. I don't know. I mean, some people are really just like, just so caught up in their emotions. What's my favorite emoji? Oh, fuck, I don't even remember any of them. Maybe like the orangutan one. I really like the orangutan one. My thoughts on Sydney Thomas. Who's Sydney Thomas? Sydney Thomas. Is she like a ring girl? Like for MMA or something like that? The ring girl? Why is she important? Is she important for something? Just like big boobies or something? Big honkin' doodahs. Pretty easy to use statistics lie about stuff without technically being untruthful. Yeah, I guess you gotta be careful. She was a girl at the Jake Paul fight. And Jake Paul had another stupid ass fight. I'm so fucking sick of his like shitty ass fights that are so boring and like not, I don't know. Why doesn't he just fight like somebody that's like his age and someone that's his, like a professional fight? I don't know. I feel like he would get his ass handed to him in a normal thing. Orangutan titties. You like the thought emoji? I wonder. Help. Mom fell down the steps and you just send like the thinking emoji. He lost the fight when he fought a guy his age. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I do admire him, like, working hard and getting out there, but it's all just, like, seems so wild. Yeah, and then the Mike Tyson fight was so boring. Do you remember when Mike Tyson was, like, biting his glove because it seemed like he was holding back? But then, like, not that long before that, whenever Mike Tyson was, like, training and then hurt himself, he seemed like psycho. Like, he actually seemed just as scary as he was in the past. It gets a lot of attention from certain people who sometimes ask how I got it, but instead of telling them the truth, I always make something up, like I got it after a bad fall when I used to skate. Now, I'm not that super of a private person, and I kind of like telling the story when the mood takes me. It's just kind of a long story and one that sort of bums me out to tell because, well, you can listen for yourself. So many moons ago, a former friend of mine and myself... Oh, fucking Christ. Now, many moons ago, a former friend of mine named Chris and myself decided to go to the state fair. It was kind of a long way away, and Chris was my ride. But then after we'd hooked up with this group of 3 girls and hung out with them for a while, Chris slipped away from the group. Fuck, man. I don't want to read anymore. I feel like I have like a headache, bro. I don't normally get headaches. What's up, Nikki? Slushies, my manager comes by and said so confidently and sweetly, have you ever had a screamer? A screamer. Can I end stream so you can sleep? I gotta get this done. Joe, I'm on my myriad. I'm on my myriad right now. I got COVID. It was kind of a long way away and Chris was my ride. But then after we hooked up with this group of 3 girls and hung out with them for a while, Chris slipped away from the group with one of the girls and they disappeared. I figured they had gone to find a little privacy somewhere, which was whatever, I guess, because I got to carry on hanging out with the other 2. But then come closing time, when all the stalls and rides started shutting down, I walked all the way back to where Chris had parked his car and found it gone. I was so mad, dude. Just out of my mind furious that he'd do something like that. Chris always had these a-hole tendencies when it came to the ladies, but this was on a whole other level. I remember walking around asking people near the cars if they were headed back to Cartersville, but no one was headed my way. And as the parking lot got emptier and emptier, I realized that I was going to have to walk if I wanted to get home. It sucks so hard walking all that way, and the whole time I'm just stewing in how angry I am that Chris drove off without me. I started hitting polluted. OP is lying. What's he lying about? Talking some ish. Jake Paul versus Liver King. That would be great. But then Liver King brings a gun and a grenade. Joe, would you wear a princess wig for us and start singing My Little Pony at max volume, or would you rather wear a horse mask and sing Gangnam Style? I could wear a nice little wig. A wiggy. Oh. Wood chipper. Who's going in the wood chipper? Over here we have 50 teams to choose from. I don't get the 2-side situation in America, but 50 is a bit much. That does seem like a lot. I don't know. I feel like that's just the easiest way to sort of like control everyone, is to pit everyone against these red versus blue perspectives, and then any sort of like nuance outside of that is just considered a danger to your ego or identity within that party system. And I don't know, basically it's just to like split everyone down the middle and have to like choose a side. It's fucking gay. Wish there was a donkey party in the middle between red. Yeah, maybe something. I mean, I don't know. America is the golden calf. It must be milked. I started hitting populated areas maybe 2.5 hours into the walk, and by then I'd calmed down a little, so I was just looking at all the houses I passed and thinking about how peaceful everything was in the middle of the night. The houses had long driveways, but not long enough that I couldn't see the front of the homes, so as I'm passing one of them, there's just enough light coming from the nearby highway that I can see this big, dark handprint on one of the downstairs windows. It was so stark against the lighter colored curtains that it stopped me dead in my tracks, and I don't know whether or not it was the texture or the way it was smeared, but a voice in my head started asking, "Dude, is that blood?" So instead of just walking off, I hopped the fence, walked up the driveway, and shined my phone light onto the window. The hand-shaped smear was blood red. Something had happened in that house, and if I later found out about it from the news or whatever, I was going to feel like one hell of an asshole knowing that I did nothing about it. I rang the doorbell a few times, and then when I didn't get any answers, and I didn't hear or see anything or movements or lights coming from inside, I decided to try and head back to... Man, I can't fucking read. I don't want to read. I hate this shit. I want to read Harry Potter. Can we just read Harry Potter instead? We should be like Belgium, where they didn't have a federal government for almost 2 whole years. I don't know. Do we really need it? Honestly, outside of like people to run I don't know. Can I read your palm? How do you read a palm? Just look at the lines and say, "You're going to die at age 97? Expecto Patronus." Be like cavemen and return to cave. Society was a mistake. I guess it's actually possible. You could just go live in a cave, and it didn't even have to be a cave. You could have like a cabin out in the woods. Honestly, that doesn't sound too bad. More and more, just like a bug out barn out in the middle of nowhere. You got a generator and all that kind of shit, and just a bunch of resources to like survive for. That sounds so boring. There's no Xbox. Maybe there could be an Xbox. I rang the doorbell a few times. Then when I didn't get any answer, and I didn't hear or see any movements or lights coming from inside, I decided to try and head around back to check there. I guess that probably sounds crazy to some people, who wouldn't dream of injecting themselves into a potentially dangerous situation like that. Well, I guess that probably sounds crazy to some people, who wouldn't dream of injecting themselves into a potentially dangerous situation like that, but I've never been the kind of person to just leave things be, and I guess that is what it is. Anyway, I hopped the second fence and then made my way into the backyard to see if I could look through a window or something. Most of the curtains were drawn, all the lights were off, and the back door was locked tight, and there were no more bloody handprints. No more bloody handprints. Ravenclaw. A Hogwarts house pull. I can, yeah. Oh, fuck. What are all the Hogwarts houses? Hogwartington, Harry Potter's den, Ron, Hermione. What's the one called? Vivian? Actually, I have no idea what any of them are called. Ravenclaw, I do know that. Ravenclaw. Slytherin, right? Slytherin. Black Hawk Down. Gryffindor, nice, thank you. Gryffindor. Peter Gryffindor. Hufflepuff. Hufflepuffle. Hermworts, Ravencock, Slither in her grippy hole. Bro, I'm gonna get a 2-hour massage as soon as this place opens. There's a nice Chinese massage place opening for you. Alright, starting poll now. Oh my gosh, it just ended the stream. Hogwarts house, question mark? Can you do a live Hogwarts test live on stream one day? Oh, like check and see what house I belong to. I'm probably Slytherin 100%. I'm evil, dude. Most of the curtains were drawn, all the lights were off, and the back door was locked tight. There were no more bloody handprints, no cries for help from inside, just this dead silence out there. So with all my options pretty much exhausted, I decided to call 911 and see if I could get a call as a... I can't fucking read! Oh my god. Mick Mouse. Gryffindor house. So with all my options... Oh my god. So with all my options pretty much exhausted, I decided to call 911 and see if I could call in a welfare check or whatever. Now I took my phone out, and just as the screen lit up, I heard the sound of a key moving in the back door of the house. I kept my phone ready to call 911, just in case the person unlocking the door was hurt pretty severely. But when the door opened, out stepped a man wearing a mask and holding a gun, who told me to drop my phone and get on the ground. I thought about trying to run, but trying to escape the way that I came in involved closing the distance between us, and if he was serious about using that gun of his, I'd make for a pretty easy shot if I tried to run. I had little choice but to do as he told me, so I threw my phone out in front of me and then just laid down on my... It shows up when you look up Joel's podcast. I have no idea, bro. They're all me at one time. It's all me, the realist. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break after this story to get my magnesium, but don't worry, I'll be back after. It is almost 4 a.m. I had little choice but to do as he told me, so I threw my phone out in front of me and then laid down on my stomach as another masked man appeared in the doorway behind me. Him. Fuck, man. Oh my god. I can feel my breath. I keep looking over at chat. That's my fucking issue. Punching the air. Okay, I'm no quitter, right? I had little choice but to do as he told me, so I threw my phone out in front of me and then laid down on my stomach as another masked man appeared in the doorway behind him. Whatever they had planned, Whatever they had planned, a robbery or whatever it was. God damn it. I wish I had a banana. Baby girl. I have to say, Joe, I was afraid you were going to throw your mic earlier. You had a controlled outburst. Hiya! What a big, strong voice you have. Am I spraying in my mouth? It's just liquid cocaine. I'm ready to go now. I had little choice but to do as he told me, so I threw my phone out in front of me and laid down on my stomach as another masked man appeared in the doorway behind him. Whatever they'd planned, a robbery or whatever it was, it obviously wasn't going as planned? Going as planned?
Jesus Christ, Peter.
Megatism. Guys, if you get offended by someone, you have the right to throw a grenade at them. Just kidding. But if someone offends you, you have the right to go to civil war. Just kidding. Whatever they'd planned, a robbery or whatever it was, it obviously wasn't going as planned, and I could tell from the way they were whispering to each other that they were freaking out. The handprint was probably from when they'd killed the homeowner, and my heart sank when I realized that I was going to be next. When one of the men started walking toward me, I won't lie, I begged him not to kill me. I didn't say it straight up, I beg you, but I tried reasoning with him all the way up until he kicked me in the head and told me to shut up. I stayed quiet when he told me to look at him, and I figured my time was up right there. But instead of shooting me in the face, he wanted a straight shot. What does this say? He wanted a straight shot at smashing the grip. I do have a camera in your house, keeping an eye on things. If you get banned, I will be coming to retrieve my camera. You're hearing bells? You hear bells? Oh my god, they're eating him. And then they're gonna eat me. Who's winning? Is it even? The poll? Has anybody filled out the poll yet? But instead of shooting me in the face, he wanted a straight shot at smashing the grip of his pistol into my face and jaw, I'm guessing in the hopes it'd knock me out. And I knew well enough to play possum after the first hit, which is the one that gave me my scar, but he decided to give me another lick before he was satisfied that I was out. I heard him pick up my phone and toss it, and I waited until I felt like it was safe for me to move again, which was only a few minutes later after I heard a car speed off in the street out front. I had to keep on my walk, like I should have just begun with, Don't wind. What's wind? I'm sorry for party rockin'. I had to keep on my walk, like I should have done to begin with, and wait for a passing car so I could flag it down and get help. Luckily, the first one that came my way ended up stopping. The two folks in the front seat were kind enough to drive me to the emergency room, and they let me use their cell phone to call the cops on the way. An officer met me at the hospital while I was still getting stitches, and I gave him a pretty basic account of what happened before getting a cab home from the hospital. I thought that it was the last that I'd hear of it, as surely the cops would be much more interested in whatever had happened at that house. They were, I guess, but I still got a call from them, and a pretty serious one too. They said that I needed to come down to the sheriff's office to talk to a detective there. They weren't pushy about it, but it was clear that I didn't have a choice in the matter, so I went over to talk to this lady from the state police. Now, I've been hoping whatever had happened had been non-fatal, but I know that that was just wishful thinking, and when the detective said the homeowner had been murdered, I honestly wasn't surprised. But the detective then said that I needed to be cleared as a suspect. How do you @ someone? I think you just do @ and then you start to type their letters, and then you can click it and it space, and then it should go to them.
Why does your knee hurt? Probably just need to do some knee activation.
Oh man. But the detective then said that I needed to be cleared as a suspect because they still didn't have a full picture of what had happened that night, and that was something that I hadn't considered. I was only too happy to cooperate, as I obviously had nothing to hide, but while getting fingerprinted and having my cheek swabbed for DNA, I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't nervous as I thought about wrongful convictions and all that kind of stuff. The good news came days later. My story checked out, and I wouldn't be hearing from them again unless it was to act as a witness in court. But as much as I hoped that call might come one day, it never did. Sorry. You better keep the crash out. It's not even a crash out, man. They had a crash out. You know? It's they're, man, wow. They had it, man. They're the murderous one the supporter of murder. Because I don't like somebody and what they say, so I have to kill them. Somebody else does it for me, so then it's just what is wrong with you? Where's your parents? Where's your parents at? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if I can take it, honestly. I don't know if I can take it. But as much as I hoped that call might come one day, it never did. And to this day, I still don't fully know what happened to that poor guy and why those masked men broke in and killed him. Just all day in the chat, just keep typing, I'm unsubbing. Tucked in or out? Answer the question. What's that?
I'd fuck me. Would you fuck me?
Alright guys, we got one more story after this. I'm gonna go get my schmag schmuseum, and then I will be right back. But you guys be nice to each other, don't argue about anything, and if you do, be sure that it's nice. BRB. Poop shit. Hey guys, it's my alternate personality. It's poop shit. Unsubbing because he exists. Unsubbing because he changed his name to poop shit. Who up willying on their wonkers? You have a squatty potty? Yeah. It's pretty sick. Did I shit today? I feel like earlier. After the gym or something. Yeah. I shit just like a human. Cancel membership. Join my new channel, Poop Shit. Alright guys, this one's kind of quick. And then we'll get you out of here. My name's Susie, and I'm from London, and I used to work in a restaurant that finished quite late on weekends. When I finished a shift, I'd take the exact same route home, which involved walking through a massive construction site that had a sort of pedestrian walkway through. Damn, I see the words in my... I feel like I'm tired and I can't quite connect them. Joel. It'd be kind of funny, like if I did have Twitter again, if all I ever did was post pictures of my shit. Do you think anybody would follow me? No worries, Andrew. We won't have to worry about that anymore. When I finished a shift, I'd take the exact same route home, which involved walking through a massive construction site. Fuck, man. I'm gonna pass the flurp out when I get done with this. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. Normally I'm a night owl. Ooh, ooh. Would you rather bring back thylacines or make unicorns exist? What's a thylacine? Is my bed firm or soft? It's kind of like something in between. I used to have, like way back in the day, like a Tempur-Pedic mattress. And it was like so soft, like painfully soft. But I don't know, it caused a whole bunch of problems. Whenever I finished a shift, I'd take the exact same route home, which involved walking through a massive construction site that had a sort of pedestrian walkway running through the middle of it. It was lined with these tall gray barriers interspersed with adverts for the building firm. Ironic given that they couldn't build it in a straight line. and their efforts resulted in an awkward zigzagging pattern where you sometimes got jump scared by random dog walkers as you reached a zig or turned onto a zag. And this was clean and shiny when it first went up, but over time, it started to smell a bit like piss, and no surface stays clean in London for long. It's like the graffiti artists can smell them. But as grim as it was, I sorta got used to walking down that horrible little passageway, and the jump scares weren't as bad once you knew that they were coming. But this isn't about anyone jumping out at me or chasing me down the narrow walkway. It's about something that appeared on the wall one day. As I mentioned, the passageway's gray metal walls ended up extensively graffitied, and throughout the many, many times I walked down it, I became quite familiar with a lot of the art on display. You're having heartburn. Oh shit, what'd you eat? I just remembered something funny. So like I was at, I was at dinner with my buddy and his daughters. We were having dinner, and I'm carrying the youngest one. I'm like, so what'd you do today? And she's like, I was like, did you have a good day at school? And she's like, no. And I was like, what? Why? And then she's like, the teacher was mean to me. And I was like, what is she saying? I don't even know. It was just like at some point she just like kind of like limp, like but she's like 5 years old, and I'm like, what's she saying? She says I'm a dummy, and then I'm an idiot too. It was just like there's like no way a fucking teacher would say that, but it was just like such a funny thing to be like, blah. Just like a little kid saying, I'm a dummy, and I'm an idiot too. She's the same one who was like, see you later, rats, and like closed the door. I don't know. They're so fucking funny, man. I'm watching nothing but band videos on Facebook to sort of forget what I saw on YouTube about today. Well, oh, no worries, dude. They console her. No, yeah, I was just like, well, might be true, sweetie. No, I'm just kidding. I'm like, they didn't say that. And she's like, she like kind of laughed. See, teachers are pretty and young now. When I was in school, teachers were older. Yeah, it's almost like you're getting older or something. He's the same girl, little girls often tell us to babysit. Yeah, I mean, like, my buddy is like, pretty much like a brother to me, and we met like way back when I was first starting out of college and stuff. So I've been his friend like literally through like his kids being born, and known them since they were born. So I do genuinely feel like they feel like family to me. But they just say some funny ass shit, and it's just good energy. I probably will have some of my own one day, hopefully. One day. 35. One day. I don't know. Anybody want to have any kids? You can't be crazy. Family. For family. There were some quite nice pieces of art, and then some not so nice ones too, and I can't read, dude. There were some nice oh my god, I suck at this fucking shit, I give up. There were some quite nice pieces of art, and then some not so nice ones too, and I could recognize which ones were old and which ones were brand new. So that night when I was walking down the passageway, I noticed a newer piece of graffiti that must have been daubed there after I'd walked down it the previous night. It wasn't like the others. It was a picture, name, or slogan, It wasn't a picture, name, or slogan. Okay, Jesus, fuck.
Crackhead.
I can drag myself through this. It's true. It's true. You've given me the good energy I need. That's all I needed to hear. Literally like one more paragraph. Your kid's at the age of comebacks. That's funny. It's honestly got to be like so baffling to like see them genuinely turn into like real people. You know what I mean? Who are like funny and shit. Like whenever I like actually make my parents laugh pretty hard, it's always kind of like, I don't know, I like surprise myself. I'm like, I'm not supposed to do that with you guys. The rapture of all God's Jesus children is weeks away. If you would like to go home soon, just say out loud, Jesus, I repent of my sins, and may my Lord and Savior. Yea. Wait, you say yea? I make you my Lord and Savior. Yea! Saved and loved forevermore. You got to say yea in there. Yippee! I'm saved! Do not get trapped in the craptastic world longer than you need to. Very bad times ahead. How do you know that there's going to be a rapture? Like, how does that guaranteed? What about my nieces and nephews? What about them?
Oh my god, I'm sorry. My brain is so drained. I don't even know why.
Well, I do know. I mean, it's late, but 4 in the frickin' morning. It wasn't like the others. There wasn't a picture, name, or slogan. It looked more like a note, a letter even, and someone had written, "Read me," at the top of it. I wasn't intending on reading it. I just wanted to get home and get in the bath. But when I saw who the note was addressed to, I couldn't help myself because it was addressed to Wine Bar Girl Who Walks Here Most Nights. I can't remember what the rest of it said exactly, as I only skimmed it before walking off at double speed, but as much as it pains me to do so, I can sum it up quite succinctly with the following. It said that I was pretty, and that someone was watching me, and that this person would like to bash my pretty face in with a brick when they were finished violating me. I recall just being like, oh my god, as I walked off You're so pretty, I want to kill you. Oh my god, I love you so much, I want to bash your head in with a brick. All right. I recall just being like, oh my god, as I walked off twice as fast as before, and somehow I got home safely without any sort of confrontation with whoever wrote that note. But I also ended up crying my eyes out in the bathtub, wondering how people can be such creeps. I started getting taxis home after that, and at least I got to change Wait. But I also ended up crying my eyes out in the bathtub, wondering how people can be such freaking creeps. I started getting taxis home from then on, at least until I changed jobs and I didn't have to commute home any... Oh my god, such simple things and I can't do it. At least until I changed jobs and didn't have to commute home at night anymore. But even so, I've never forgotten that stomach-churning terror that I felt when I realized, Jesus, I cannot, I just can't, I give up, I hate it. But even so, I've never forgotten that. I can't, dude. I just can't. Maybe I just quit right now. Quit this job. I work as a garbage guy. A garbage gentleman. A garbage eating engineer. But even so, I've never forgotten that stomach-churning terror I felt when I realized that note was addressed to me. Oscar the Gooch. Oscar the Gooch. My favorite Dr. Seuss album. Alright, we are fucking holy shit. This is not a big deal, guys. None of what I do is important ever. One day, I'm gonna be reborn. One day the rapture's coming. Did you guys know the rapture's next week? Somebody in chat said that, so I should probably let you know. Okay. Hatfield McCoy. Oh my god, no. No. Okay. What's something funny we can say at the end? Think of it. Think of it. Think, guys. Think of the funniest joke you've thought of all day. Tell you funny stories about the kids. Well, earlier it was funny too, because the same 5-year-old, like she's just like going like, like breathing out of her like nostrils, and then she looks at me. She's like, "This one doesn't breathe right." And I'm just like, well, sometimes that's kind of normal, honestly. You know, like whenever you got like snot in one nose, but the other just like doesn't fucking, like the one breathes normal and the other one's just like so clogged up. I'm like, I know that feeling. Put one of her quotes in there. Yeah, what was something funny? Oh yeah, we gotta end the poll. What did we get? Was it Raven Fart? Let's see. Coming in at 31%, Ravenclaw. Coming in a second, Slytherin. Coming in third, Gryffindor. Coming in fourth, Hufflepuff. Do people not like Hufflepuff? Is it kind of like the gay house that's just like kind of like nobody wants to be in it because it's made of feathers or something? Here comes the sun. Na, 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 na. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Mango Menaces. What is that? Oh, my throat's so dry. Holy shit. Okay. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be... Damn. See, my brain's just jumping to random stuff. That's crazy. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Jesus. Ow. Just hit myself. I've been cursed by a witch, bitch. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on my Patreon, or click the big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul, all links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and I'll see you again soon. Man. Oh wait, I didn't actually think of anything funny to say. Breathing silently in the walls. Thanks for the stream. Take care, my friend. Have a good night. Thank you, dude. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Wait, before you go, I didn't think of anything funny. And remember, Fard. See you later, rats. I think I did that already. Maybe I didn't. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, see you later, rats. Alright, just breathe in the mic. That'd actually be good too, actually. Thanks so much, friends. And remember... All right. We got it. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry for all the negativity tonight. Remember, even if we disagree, I won't shoot you. That's how good of a person I am. But some people can't say that. And some of those people need to be institutionalized. Oh, guys, don't let it get to you. I mean, and what I mean by that is don't let the division consume you. The rot. The left-right divide, otherwise known as the rot. And it will consume you. We shall not be consumed. We shall not be divided and conquered. We shall rise above, speaking reason and logic into the unreasonable and the illogical. We will open their third eye. We will free them from their conditioning. We will do this. Just stay focused, stay level-headed, and we will get through this. Aye, aye. Goodbye.